Hello students, in this video you are going to learn accounting equation. This is chapter 5, grade 10, business and accounting studies. So what is accounting equation? Assets equal equity plus liabilities. This is our accounting equation. If you are not familiar with the terms assets, equity and liabilities, you should learn chapter 4, Introduction to Accounting. Remember this, Putala. The transactions occur in a business. What? The transactions occur in a business. Change the values of assets, equity, and liabilities of the accounting equation. So this means transactions impact on the basic accounting equation. For example, let's say the business obtains a bank loan. If the business obtains a bank loan, the value of assets increases. Why? Because cash value, the value of cash in the business increases when the business obtains a bank loan. Okay? And on the other hand, we know that bank loan is a liability. So what happens to the value of liabilities? The value of liabilities increases due to this transaction. So can you understand? The transactions impact on the basic accounting equation. Now, once you follow this lesson, you should be able to write the impacts of transactions on the basic accounting equation. And also, you should know the other way around. What's the other way around? That means when you're given the impacts, you should be able to identify the transaction and write the transactions. Okay? And also remember, Putala, you should be able to calculate the owner's equity after following this lesson. What is owner's equity? Equity means the value of assets belongs to the owner of the business. So after following this lesson, you should be able to calculate the value of assets belongs to the owner. Okay? Right. So these are the 3 learning objectives of this lesson. And these are directly tested in your O-level paper. Okay? ඉතින් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් lesson එකේ කොටසක් ඉවර කරාම මම සිංහලෙනුත් පැහැදිලි කිරීමක් කරනවා. සිංහලෙන් කියන්නේ සිංහල mix කරලා පැහැදිලි කරනවා. ඉතින් මේ වෙලාවේ මේ දේ ඔන්න මම සිංහලත් mix කරලා කියනවා. මේ පාඩමේ පුතා ඔයා ඉගෙන ගන්න යන්නේ accounting equation එක ගැන. හරි? accounting equation එක කියන්නේ assets සමාන වෙන්න ඕනේ business එකේ තියෙන equity liabilities වල එකතුවට. හරිද? එතකොට අපි දැනගන්න ඕනේ මේ assets මොනවාද? equity මොනවාද? liabilities මොනවාද? මේවයි තියෙන items මොනවාද? right? දැන් asset items තියෙනවා, equity items තියෙනවා, liability items තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මේවා ගැන ඔයාට දන්නේ නැත්නම් හොඳම දේ chapter 4 එක follow කරලා ඉන්න. හරි? ඉතින් අර මම වීඩියෝ කාඩ් එක ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ වීඩියෝ එකේ වීඩියෝ කාඩ් එක කලින් දාලා තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම channel එකට ගියාම ඔයාලට දකින්නත් ලැබෙනවා. වෙනම playlist එකකුත් තියෙනවා grade 10 lessons වලට. එතනින් ගිහිල්ලා මේ වීඩියෝ එක බලලා එන්න පුතා මේ වීඩියෝ එක follow කරන්න කලින්. හරිද? ඉතින් දැන් ඔයා මේ chapter 4 එක ගැන හොඳ knowledge එකක් තියෙනවා නම් දැන් ඔයාට chapter 5 ලස්සනට continue කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒතකොට chapter 5 එකේදී පුතා ඔයා දැනගන්න ඕනේ මේ දේ business එකක වෙන ගනුදෙනු. එහෙම නැත්නම් transactions නිසා හරි? business එකේ තියෙන asset values හරි? ඒ කියන්නේ business එකේ තියෙන asset value එක, ඒ වගේම business එකේ තියෙන equity value එක, ඒ වගේම business එකේ තියෙන liabilities value එක change වෙනවා. change වෙනවා කියන්නේ එක්ක increase වෙන්න පුළුවන්, එක්ක decrease වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් ඒ නිසා අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන් transactions ඇවිල්ලා basic accounting equation එකට බලපෑම් ඇති කරනවා කියලා. හරි? impacts බලපෑම් ඇති කරනවා. ඉතින් මේ ගැන තමයි දැන් ඔයා මේ lesson එකේ mainly ඉගෙන ගන්න යන්නේ. එතකොට මේ lesson එක follow කරලා ඉවර වුණාම ඔයා අනිවාර්යෙන් මෙන්න මේ learning objectives තුන fulfill කරලා ඉන්න ඕනේ. ඔයාට පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ අපේ සිලබස් එකේ තියෙන transactions කොහොමද basic accounting equation එකට impact කරන්න කියලා ලියන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ impacts ලියන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ. හරි? ඒ වගේම දෙවෙනියට මේකේ අනිත් පැත්ත පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයාට impacts දීලා නම් ඒ impacts දිහා බලලා ඒ කියන transaction එක අඳුනගෙන ඒ කියන transaction එක ලියන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ. හරිද? ඒ වගේම තුන්වෙනියට ඔයාට පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ පුතා business එකේ ඕනට IT equity value එක calculate කරන්න. right? calculate කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ. කියන්නේ ඕනට business එකේ IT assets ප්‍රමාණය ගණනය කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ. හරිද? ඉතින් මේ areas තුන අනිවාර්යෙන් ඔයාගේ O level paper එකේ ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට 99%ක්ම ටෙස්ට් කරනවා. හරි? හරි. එහෙනම් මේ lesson එක follow කරලා හොඳට accounting equation එක ගැන ඉගෙන ගන්න. right? ඊට පස්සේ අනිවාර්යෙන් කරන්න ඕනේ දෙයක් තමයි පුතා accounting equation එකට related O level questions ටික practice කරන්න. හරි? ඒ වගේම අමතක කරන්න එපා channel එකට subscribe කරන්න යාළුවෝ අතර මේ video එක share කරන්න. Okay, then let's jump into the lesson. You learned this under chapter 4, right? Do you remember that there are two types of assets? Non-current assets and the current assets. For example, land and building, motor vehicles, machinery, furniture, the equipment, right? These are non-current assets. And also the current assets are the stock, the debtors, also cash. Right. Now remember, all these assets of a business belongs to some party of the business. Are we clear? All these assets of the business should belong to some party of the business. Now, if you consider these parties, mainly you can have two parties, the owner and some other parties like external parties, right? This means the parties who are outside the business, right? Let's say parties. So the assets of a business, right, may belong to either the owner of the business, because we are considering about the sole proprietorships. So there is only one owner. So you can say the assets might belong to the owner or any external party. Okay. Therefore, you can say that the assets of a business should be equal to total ownership of those assets. So we can form an equation like this. Total assets of the business equals total ownership of those assets, right? Okay, let me tell you a very simple example to understand this equation, right? Let's take a person, right? And let's call him Amal. Okay. Now, Amal started a business, right? Amal started the business by investing his personal cash, right? His personal cash worth of 500,000 rupees to the business as capital, right? Now let's draw the business like this. This is our business. Now here is our owner. Amal is the owner of this business. He is a sole proprietor. Now once he invests 500,000 rupees to the business, what happens to the business cash amount? The business will receive, right, cash of how much? 500,000 rupees. It is obvious, right? Now the business has 500,000 rupees of, okay, let's throw two hands. Now let's say, since Amal wants to expand this business, he wants more money. So in this case, he obtains a bank loan from the bank, right? Let's draw the bank like this. Now this is our bank, right? So let's name it bank. So from the bank, he obtains 200,000 rupees, okay? And this is a bank loan. We call it a bank loan. So he obtains a bank loan from the bank worth of 200,000 rupees. Now you tell me, what happens to the cash amount of this business? What is the amount of cash now? It's obviously the business receives another 200,000 rupees. So in this case, business has in total 700,000 rupees. Right, now if you consider 700,000 rupees of this business, and if I ask you to whom this 700,000 belong to, how do you answer? Obviously, 500,000 rupees of this business belongs to the owner of this business. That's obvious. And the 200,000 rupees of this business belongs to the bank of this business. Are we clear? Right? So obviously, 700,000 rupees is the cash amount of this business, and cash is an asset. So in this case, the cash amount of this business belongs to two parties, the owner and the bank. Okay, right. So you can say that the total assets of a business equals the total ownership of those assets. හරි මම මේක තව සිංහල මික්ස් කරලා හොඳට පැහැදිලි කරන්නම්. එතකොට ඔයාලට තව හොඳින් මේක තේරුම් ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි. හරි දැන් අපි බිස්නස් එකක් ගත්තාම බිස්නස් එකක තියෙනවා ඇසෙට්ස් කියලා දෙයක්. ඔයාලට මතක ඇති 4 වෙනි පාඩමේ අපි මේක හොඳට ඉගෙන ගත්තා. හරි? අපි සිංහලෙන් කියනවා ඇසෙට්ස් වලට වත්කම් කියලා. හරි? එතකොට මේ ඇසෙට්ස් ඇත්තටම ಜಾති දෙකක් තියෙනවා. එකක් තමයි බිස්නස් එකේ long term එහෙම නැත්නම් දීර්ඝ කාලයක් බිස්නස් එකත් එක්ක තියෙන assets, ඒ වගේම බිස්නස් එකත් එක්ක තියෙන කෙටි කාලීන එහෙම නැත්නම් short term assets. හරි එතකොට අපි මතක ඇති ඔයගොල්ලෝ මම කිව්වා ඒ assets ටික අපි හොඳට මතකේ තියාගන්න ඕනේ මොනවද තියෙන non current assets මොනවද තියෙන current assets කියන එක. එතකොට ඔය assets ගත්තාම මේ assets ඇවිල්ලා බිස්නස් එකේ යම්කිසි පාර්ටි එකකට අයිතියක් තියෙනවා. මේ ඇසෙට්ස් වලට අයිතිය, මේ ඇසෙට්ස් වල අයිතිය යම්කිසි පාර්ශවයක් සතුයි. ඒක මේන්ලි ඕන වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද බිස්නස් එකේ අයිතිකාරයා නෙමෙයි. එහෙම නැත්නම් වෙනත් පාර්ශවයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට අපි පාවිච්චි කරන වචනේ තමයි external parties. හරි දැන් මේක ඔයාලට හොඳට තේරුම් ගන්න තමයි මම මේ එක්සැම්පල් එක පාවිච්චි කරේ. දැන් මේ එක්සැම්පල් එක අනුව ඔන්න ඉන්නවා අමල් කියලා පුද්ගලෙක්. මෙයා ඇවිල්ලා බිස්නස් එකක් පටන් ගන්නවා. තමන්ගේ පෞද්ගලික සල්ලි ලක්ෂ 5ක් මේ බිස්නස් එකට ආයෝජනය කරලා. හරි? එතකොට අපි දන්නවා ඕනගේ සල්ලි බිස්නස් එකට එනකොට බිස්නස් එකේ දැන් සල්ලි ඇති වෙනවා. එතකොට මෙයා ලක්ෂ 5ක් ඉන්වෙස්ට් කරනවා කියන්නේ බිස්නස් එකට ලක්ෂ 5ක් ලැබෙනවා. හරි ඊට පස්සේ අපි හිතමු මෙයා බැංක් ලෝන් එකකිනුත් සල්ලි ගන්නවා කියලා. එහෙම වුණොත් ඔන්න දැන් මේ වෙලාවේ බැංක් එකෙන් එනවා ලක්ෂ 2ක සල්ලි. එතකොට ඒ ලක්ෂ දෙකක් මේ බිස්නස් එකට එනවා. ඒතර අපිට තේරෙනවා මේ බිස්නස් එකේ මේ වෙනකොට තියෙනවා සල්ලි එහෙම නැත්නම් කෑෂ් ලක්ෂ 7ක. හරි? 700,000 rupees. ඉතින් මේ ලක්ෂ 7 ඇවිල්ලා අපි කියන්නේ කෑෂ් එහෙම නැත්නම් මුදල්. එතකොට කෑෂ් කියන්නේ බිස්නස් එකක අනිවාර්යෙන් ඇසෙට් එකක් නේ. එතකොට අපි කලින් ඉගෙන ගත්ත දේ අනුව ඇසෙට්ස් වල අයිතිය යම්කිසි පාර්ශවයක් සතුයි. එතකොට මේ මෙතන තියෙන ඇසෙට්ස් amount එක තමයි ලක්ෂ 7ක් නැත්නම් 700,000. එතකොට මම ඔයාගෙන් ඇහුවොත් මේ ලක්ෂ 7 අයිතිය කාටද තියෙන්නේ කියලා ඔයාට කියන්න වෙන්නේ මෙන්න මෙහෙමයි. මේ ලක්ෂ 7න් ලක්ෂ 5ක් ඕනට අයිති වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම මේ ලක්ෂ 7න් ලක්ෂ 2ක් බැංක් එකට අයිති වෙනවා. Okay, now let's take a look at how to construct the accounting equation. Right, now earlier do you remember? I said that total assets of the business equals the total ownership of those assets. Now, based on this concept, right, if we take the earlier example, Amal's business, right? Now, this is Amal, the owner of this business, and he invests capital to the business. So what happens? The business receives 500,000 cash, right? And this cash is an asset of this business, okay? And also this asset, the cash of 500,000 rupees belongs to the owner of this business. Now, what do you call the assets? The value of assets belongs to the owner of the business. We call it equity, right? So we can simply say assets equal to equity if all the assets are financed by the owner of the business. Okay? If all the assets are financed by the owner of the business, our accounting equation is this: assets equal to equity. Okay? Right? Now, this term equity you learned under chapter 4. And then, when the business borrows money, now in our example, can you remember when Amal obtains a bank loan, right? What happens? Again, the business receives cash. Let's say, the bank loan amount is 200,000. So the business receives 200,000 rupees. So this is a cash amount. Cash means an asset. Now here, this 200,000 rupees belongs to whom? It belongs to the bank, right? So here, it's an external party. The bank is an external party. Now, bank loan is a liability. We already know this, right? Do you remember chapter 4? Bank loan is a non-current liability. So bank loan is a liability. So what happens? For equity, we will need to add liabilities, right? How come liabilities arise in a business? When the business borrows money, right? So this is our final accounting equation. Assets equal to equity plus liabilities. So remember this, Putala. This is our basic accounting equation. We call it basic accounting equation. දැන් අපි කලින් කතා කරා business එකේ තියෙන assets equal කියලා ඒ assets වල ownership එකට. එතකොට ඒ concept එක අපි base කරගෙන අපිට පුළුවන් මේ වෙලාවේ දැන් construct කරන්න accounting equation එක. එතනදී අපි මෙහෙම කතා කරනවා. දැන් ඔයාලට මතක ඇති කලින් කියපු example එක අමල්ගේ business එක. එතනදී අමල් capital invest කරනකොට ලක්ෂ 5ක business එකට ලක්ෂ 5ක cash ලැබෙනවා. එතකොට cash කියන්නේ asset එකක්. ඒ ලක්ෂ 5 අයිතිය ඕනට තියෙන්නේ. හරි. එතකොට ඕනට අයිති assets වලට අපි ඉගෙන ගත්ත chapter 4 වල අපි කියන term එක තමයි equity. right? එහෙමනම් අපිට simple equation එකක් build up කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ වෙලාවේ assets equal equity කියලා. හැබැයි එහෙම කියන්නේ business එකේ තියෙන ඔක්කොම assets ඕන finance කරලා තියෙනවා නම් එහෙම නැත්නම් ඕන ඒ assets ටික business එකට යොදවලා නම් ආයෝජනය කරලා නම් අපිට සරලව කියන්න පුළුවන් assets equal to equity කියලා. හැබැයි සමහර business ඇවිල්ලා loans වලට යනවා. right? එතකොට අපි කියනවා business එකක් ණයට ගත්තොත් මුදල්. එතනදී business එකේ assets වලට අයිතිය කියන්න පිටපාර්ශව නැත්නම් external parties ඇතුළත් වෙනවා. right? එතකොට අපි දන්නවා loan එකක් කියන්නේ liability එකක්. එහෙමනම් මේ equation එකට අපිට එකතු කරන්න වෙනවා add කරන්න වෙනවා liabilities කියන element එක. එතකොට අපේ final basic accounting equation එක තමයි assets equal to equity plus liabilities. මේ තමයි අපේ accounting equation එක. Okay, now let's learn how do business transactions affect the accounting equation. Do transactions affect the accounting equation? Yes, of course. Now remember, Putala, according to our syllabus, one transaction leads to change two items on the accounting equation. Sometimes it can be one asset item and one equity item. Or it can be one asset item and one liability item. Or it can be two asset items. Now remember, before learning the impacts of transactions on the accounting equation, you should know all the asset items, equity items, and liability items. So for this, you need to have the thorough knowledge of chapter 4. Okay, now let's take this example. Anna invested 500,000 rupees as capital. Now, do you remember our earlier example? Amal invested 500,000 rupees as capital to his business. Right now, this is a transaction. So what happens because of this transaction? Definitely, this transaction leads to change the values of accounting equation. Okay, now remember, a change can be an increase or a decrease. So remember, transactions lead to change, that means increase or decrease the value of items in the accounting equation. Now, for example, if an owner invests cash as capital to the business, what happens? Definitely, we know that the cash of the business increases. So what is cash? Cash is an asset. So assets of the business increase. The value of the assets increase by how much? By 500,000 rupees, right? Now, to show the increase, we normally use a plus sign. Okay, remember, to denote an increase, we use a plus sign. So plus 500,000 means the value of assets increased by 500,000 rupees. So what is this asset? We call it cash. Now this is an impact. We call it an impact on the accounting equation. So this is one impact on the accounting equation. And as I told you earlier, there are two changes. That means two impacts. Usually there are two impacts. So the other impact is, now when owner invests money to the business, that money belongs to the owner, right? So the assets, the value of assets belongs to the owner of the business is called equity. So because of this transaction, equity of the business increases by 500,000 rupees. And what do you call that item precisely? We call it capital, right? Capital. So here we have our equation equal mark, right? And what happens to liabilities because of this transaction? There is no impact on liabilities. We can put a dash like this, or we can just keep it empty, right? So here is our plus mark of the equation. Okay, so I'm going to put these signs in the accounting equation in another color, right? So now, do you see? This is impact 1 and this is impact 2. So there are usually two impacts from one business transaction on the accounting equation. So this is how you write the impacts of capital investment or capital introduction by the owner on the accounting equation. Okay. Now remember, once you write the impacts, at the end your accounting equation should balance. Right, now look here. This is our equal mark, right? So this side is the left side of the accounting equation, and here is our right side of the accounting equation. So when you consider the values, you have 500,000 on the left side as well as 500,000 on the right side. So that means based on the value, this accounting equation still balances. So make sure that your accounting equation balances once you write the impacts of the transaction. Okay. Right, now shall we take another transaction? Transaction number 2. Do you remember in our example, the second transaction was obtaining a bank loan. So our transaction is obtain a bank loan of 200,000 rupees. Now what happens to the accounting equation because of this transaction? Will the cash of this business change? Obviously, right? The business receives cash from the bank loan, right? So cash of the business increases. That means assets of the business increase. By how much? By 200,000 rupees. So the assets of the business increase by 200,000 rupees. And this asset is cash. Now, what's the other impact? Now, this is a bank loan, right? This is a bank loan. Now, you know that bank loan is a liability. So if the business obtains a bank loan, the liabilities of the business increase by this amount, 200,000 rupees. Okay, once again, the liabilities of the business increase by 200,000 rupees. What is the name of this liability? We call it bank loan. Now, is there any impact on equity? No, no impact on equity, right? So we can put a dash or just keep it empty, right? And this is our plus sign of the accounting equation, right? So can you see there are two impacts from this transaction obtaining a bank loan on the accounting equation. So when you check the balance of the accounting equation, you can realize that the accounting equation still balances, right? Can you see? On the left side, we have 200,000. On the right side also, we have 200,000. So our accounting equation balances. Right. Likewise, Putala, you should be able to write the impacts of each transaction according to your syllabus on the accounting equation. Right. One more thing. When you show the impact, right, you should write the item name and the value and the sign, right? Are we clear? You need to write the item name properly and the value with the sign. But when writing the impact, you can write the item name and the value on a single line, or you can use two lines. Let's say you write the item name on top and below you can write the value like this, plus 500,000. Okay, or you can switch this. That means first the value and next below the value you can mention the item name. Anyhow, in this video I try to write both item name and the value on the same line. හරි දැන් ඊළඟට අපි ඉගෙන ගන්න ඕනේ දේ තමයි transactions වලින් accounting equation එකට වෙන impact එක. ඒ කියන්නේ transactions නිසා accounting equation එකේ values change වෙනවා. values වෙනස් වෙනවා. හරි එතකොට අපි දන්නවා accounting equation එකේ elements තුන් දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා assets, equity, liabilities. මේ කියන අයගේ values වෙනස් වෙනවා transactions නිසා. එතකොට change එකක් නැත්නම් මේ වෙනස් වීම එක්ක increase එකක් වෙන්න පුළුවන් value එකේ එහෙම නැත්නම් decrease එකක් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන් value එකේ. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් උදාහරණයක් විදිහට එක transaction එකක් නිසා assets increase වෙන්න පුළුවන්. right? එහෙම නැත්නම් liabilities increase වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් assets decrease වෙන්න පුළුවන්. liabilities decrease වෙන්න පුළුවන්. right? එතකොට අපි මතක තියාගන්න ඕනේ එක transaction එකකින් usually අපේ syllabus එකේ impacts දෙන්නෙක් වෙනවා. දැන් අපි ගත්තොත් first transaction එක කලින් කතා කරපු ඕන capital invest කළාම business එකේ assets කියන element එකේ value එක change වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම equity කියන element එකේ value එක change වෙනවා. එතකොට ඒකට බලපාන equity item එකක් මෙතන තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම asset item එකක් තියෙනවා. right? එතකොට ඕන business එකට capital invest කරාම assets උත් increase වෙනවා, equity උත් increase වෙනවා. ඒතර increase එක පෙන්වන්නේ අපි හැමතිස්සෙම value එක ලියලා ඒ value එක ඉස්සරහින් ලියන්න ඕනේ plus mark එකක්. decrease වෙනවා නම් අපි minus mark එකක් use කරන්නේ. හරි? ඒතර හැම වෙලාවෙම impact එකක් ලියනකොට අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් item name එකයි value එකයි plus එක නැත්නම් minus කියන sign එක පාවිච්චි කරන්නම ඕනේ. මේකේ කිසිම දෙයක් අඩුපාඩු ඇතුව ලියන්න බෑ. මේක හරියට complete ලියනකොට තමයි හරියටම impact එක තේරුම් ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මෙහෙම impacts එන්නේ ලිව්වට පස්සේ transaction එකේ impact එක accounting equation එකට මෙහෙම ලියලා පෙන්නුවට පස්සේ හැමතිස්සෙම අපි check කරන්න ඕන දෙයක් තමයි මේ impact එකෙන් පස්සේ accounting equation එක balance වෙනවද නැද්ද කියන එක. දැන් උදාහරණයක් මේ impact එක අපි ලිව්වට පස්සේ අපිට පේනවා accounting equation එකේ equal mark එක තියෙන්නේ මෙතන. එතකොට accounting equation එකේ left side එකේ තියෙන්නේ assets. right side එකේ ඉන්නවා equity liabilities උයි. හරි? එතකොට left එකේ මේ වෙලාවේ value එක තියෙනවා 500,000. right එකෙත් value එක 500,000. ඒ කියන්නේ equation එක balance. ඒතර හැමතිස්සෙම transaction එකක් ලියලා ඉවර වෙලා බලන්න ඕනේ accounting equation එක balance වෙනවද? මේ values ලිව්වට පස්සේ මේක balance වෙනවද කියන එක පොඩ්ඩක් බලන්න වෙනවා. හරි? එතකොට මෙතන ඕන capital invest කරාම assets increase වෙනවා, ඒ cash equity increase වෙනවා, ඒකට අපි කියන්නේ capital කියලා. හරි මේක අපි chapter 4 වල ඉගෙන ගත්තා. හැමතිස්සෙම මතක තියාගන්න පුතා දැන් මේ වගේ impact එකක් අපි මේ විදිහට ලියන්න practice කරන්න කලින් අනිවාර්යෙන් ඔයා දැනගෙන ඉන්න ඕනේ asset items ටික මොනවද තියෙන්නේ අපේ syllabus එකට අනුව equity items මොනවද තියෙන්නේ ඒ වගේම liability items මොනවද තියෙන්නේ කියන එක. ඒකට හොඳම දේ chapter 4 video එක බලන්න. එතකොට ඔයාට හොඳට තේරෙයි මේ මොනවද තියෙන items කියන එක. right එතකොට bank loan එකක් ගත්තොත් වෙන්නේ ඇත්තටම business එකේ assets increase වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ cash. ඒ වගේම equity වලට කිසි change එකක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. but liabilities ඒ වගේම increase වෙනවා. හරි ඒ liability එකේ නම bank loan. ඒත් මේ item name එක මේ විදිහට අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ලියන්න ඕනේ. ඒ ලියනකොට ඔයාලට කැමති විදිහකට ඒක ලියන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ item name එක ලියලා පස්සේ value එක උඩ යට lines දෙකක් use කරලා මේ දෙන්න ලියන්නත් පුළුවන්. හරි ඉතින් මේ විදිහට අපිට තියෙන්නේ transactions මම ඔයාලට කියා දෙන්නම් 22ක් හරියටම. ඒ transaction 22ෙම accounting equation එකට වෙන impact එක දැනගෙන ඉන්න. ඒත් මේ transaction සාමාන්‍යයෙන් usually paper එකේ එනම transactions especially මෙතන transactions කීපයක් තියෙනවා සමහර ඒවා ඇත්තටම ටිකක් අමාරුයි. ඉතින් ඒව තමයි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට paper එකට යන්නේ. ඉතින් එහෙම transaction ඒ ටිකක් අමාරු transactions උයි හැමදේම එකතු කරලා transaction 22ක impact එක accounting equation එකට වෙන බලපෑම අපි study කරමු. Okay, now let's try to understand how to write impacts of transactions on the accounting equation. Right? The basic accounting equation. Yes, our basic accounting equation is assets equal equity plus liabilities. Now remember, actually, according to our syllabus, there are two methods to show the impact of transactions on the accounting equation. So this is the first method. Okay, I'll teach you the second method later, right? Okay, now especially this method we need to answer when it comes to questions related to accounting equation under the case study question. That is question number 1, second paper. Transaction number 1, right? We have talked about this earlier, so I'm not going to discuss it again. So let's straight away move on to the second one, right? Right. Let's read the second one. Owner invested his private motor vehicle worth of 200,000 as capital to the business. Now, do you remember? The capital can be a cash amount or a property. Okay? Owner's private cash or owner's private property. Now, in this case, it's a private property and it is a motor vehicle. Right. Now, when owner invests his private motor vehicle to the business, now what happens? We know motor vehicle is an asset. So what happens? Assets of the business increase by how much? 200,000. And what is this asset? Motor vehicles. Right? So we can say in plural form, motor vehicles. So I didn't have the space, so I took the next line also. Right. Now, what is this motor vehicle? It's the private property of the owner. So the assets, the value of assets belongs to the owner of the business is called equity. So because of this transaction, equity also increases by 200,000. And this is precisely we call the capital, right? We call it capital. So is there any change to the liabilities? On the liabilities, no change on the liabilities, right? So we can put dashes or we can just keep it blank. Right. Now the next transaction. Purchased stock of goods at 50,000 rupees in cash for at, we can use even at here, right? Right. Now this is in short term, we can call this transaction as cash purchases. In short term, we can call this cash purchases. Okay. Right. Now this means the business purchases some stock of goods at 50,000 rupees on cash basis. Now the business makes a cash payment. So it's obvious that cash of the business decreases, right? So cash is an asset, no? So we have to write under asset column, right? Right. So what is this asset? It's cash. Now what happens to the total assets of the business? The total assets of the business decreases by 50,000 rupees. And precisely that asset is cash. So what is the other impact? Now, when the business purchases stock, that means stock of the business increases. Stock is an asset, right? Do you remember you learned this under chapter 4, right? So we can say again the assets, total assets of the business increases by 50,000 and it is stock. So notice this transaction. This is a special, transaction because this transaction lead to change two asset items. One asset item increases, the other asset item decreases. Okay, so there is no impact to equity, also liabilities. Now, what's the net impact on assets because of this single transaction? Only this transaction? It's zero, right? Because assets increase, also decrease. So these values, cancel each other. So this is the impact. This is the way that show the impact of this transaction on the basic accounting equation. Right, let's do the next one. Purchase again stock of goods, same amount, but on credit. So we can call this a credit purchase. This is a credit purchase. So let's write it. It's a credit purchaser. So how do you show the impact of a credit purchase? Now, because of this transaction, once again, now notice, again we purchase stock. That means definitely stock of the business increases. That means assets increase. But will the cash amount change? No, right? Because this is not a cash transaction. This is a credit transaction. Now, if you consider the above three transactions, all these three transactions are cash transactions. If you have a cash transaction, definitely the cash value of the business changes, right? That means assets change. But this transaction is a credit transaction. There is no change for the amount of cash, right? But as we discussed, the stock value increases by 50,000 and no impact on cash value, right? Because this is a credit transaction. Now, when a transaction happens on a credit basis, remember the liabilities occur, right? So that means a credit transaction leads to increase the value of liabilities of the business. So definitely the liabilities of this business increase by 50,000 rupees. Because the stock is purchased based on credit basis. Right now, what is the name of this liability? We call it creditors. Do you remember? creditors. This is one of the current liabilities. So because of this transaction, assets increase as well as liabilities increase. Okay, next transaction. Paid 50,000 to a creditor. Right. Now, when the business purchases on credit basis, the business owes creditors. So the business should make cash payments to the creditors. So here the business pays and a cash amount to a creditor. So what happens? This is a cash transaction. That means definitely the cash value changes, right? What happens to the value of the cash? It will definitely decrease, right? Because this is a cash payment. So we can say that cash minus, right, 50,000. So this means assets decrease by 50,000 and that asset is actually cash. What else? Now we do a payment, we means the business, okay? The business makes a payment to a creditor. Now creditors are liabilities of the business. So once the business settles its due amounts to the creditor or to the creditors of the business decrease. The value of the creditors of the business decrease. So that means minus, right? So the liabilities value decrease by 50,000 rupees and that liability is called creditors. Okay? Right. මම ටක් ගාලා මේ ටික සිංහලත් එකතු කරලා brief කරන්න. දැන් ඕන business එකට private cash invest කරනවා නම් capital විදිහට. Assets equity increase වෙනවා. Asset එක cash, equity item එක capital. Increase එකට අපි plus sign එක දාන්න ඕනේ. දෙවෙනියට දැන් බලන්න මේකත් capital investment එකක්. මෙතනදී හැබැයි සල්ලි නෙමෙයි ඕන invest කරන්නේ එයාගේ private property එකක්. මේ වෙලාවේ ඒක motor vehicle එක. හරි? එතකොට වෙන්නේ ඒ invest කරන property එකේ value එක වැඩි වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් මෙතන motor vehicle එක නම් invest කරන්නේ business එකේ තියෙන motor vehicles value එක increase වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ assets increase වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම අර කලින් එක වගේම equity value එකත් increase වෙනවා. එතකොට අපි equity item එකට precisely කියන්නේ capital. ඒතර capital නිසාවෙන් equity වැඩි වෙනවා මෙතනදී. හරි තුන්වෙනි එකේ වෙන්නේ business එක stock එක purchase කරනවා cash basis. ඒතර අපිට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කෙටියට කියන්න පුළුවන් මේක cash purchase එකක්. right හැබැයි transaction එකක් ලියනකොට හැම වෙලාවෙම අර precise words use කරලා හොඳට elaborate කරලා ලියන්න ඕනේ. අර තියෙන්නේ short term එක. හරි cash purchases කියන්නේ short term එක. ඉතින් cash purchase කරනකොට අපි දන්නවා cash අනිවාර්යෙන් cash pay වෙනවා නැත්නම් cash payment එකක් කරන්න ඕනේ supplierට. ඒ කියන්නේ cash minus ගිහින්ද stock එක plus යනවා. මොකද stock එක purchase කරන නිසා business එකේ stock එක වැඩි වෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ දෙන්නම assets. මෙතන තියෙන speciality එක impacts දෙන්නම වෙන්නේ assets වලට. හරි එක asset value එකක් increase වෙනවා අනිත් පැත්තට තව asset value එකක් decrease වෙනවා. asset item එකක් හරි එක asset item එකක් increase වෙනවා තව asset item එකක් decrease වෙනවා. එතකොට ඇත්තටම මේකේ මේ transaction එක විතරක් අරන් මේකේ net impact එක බැලුවොත් ඔයාලට තේරෙනවා ඇති maths knowledge එක use කරලා minus plus කිරීම cancel වෙනවා. එතකොට ඇත්තටම මෙතන මේ transaction එකේ විතරක් net impact එක බැලුවොත් 0. net impact එක 0. හරි? මොකද assets වල value එකට change එකක් උනේ නැහැ වගේ. හැබැයි මේ separate transaction එක ගත්තොත් විතරයි. හරි? right. එතකොට හතරවෙනි එකේ වෙන්නේ again මේ stock purchase එකක්. හැබැයි මේක වෙන්නේ ණයට. හරි. ඉතින් ණයට purchase කරනකොට අපි දන්නවා chapter 4 එකෙන් අපි ඉගෙන ගත්ත අලුත් term එකක් business එක යම්කිසි පාර්ශවයකට ණය වෙනවා නම් ඒ පාර්ශවයට අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන් creditor කියලා. especially business එක තව පාර්ශවයකට ණය වෙන්නේ පුතා business එක especially තමන්ගේ stock එක ඒ පාර්ශවයෙන් ණයට ගත්තොත්. එතකොට අපි තුමු supplier කෙනෙක්ගෙන් ණයට stock එක purchase කරාම අපි ඒ supplier ට කියන්නේ creditor. එතකොට creditors කියන්නේ දැන් මේකට value එකක් තියෙනවා ණය වෙච්ච amount එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ value එක අපි liability එකක් විදිහට තමයි business එකේ අඳුරගන්නේ. එතකොට ණයට purchase කරනකොට වෙන්නේ liability increase වෙනවා. මේ liability එකට කියන term එක තමයි creditors. හරි ඒ වගේම දැන් මෙතනදී ණයට ඇවිල්ලා stock එක purchase කරනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අනිවාර්යෙන් stock value එක increase වෙනවා. හරි stock increase. ඊට පස්සේ තියෙන්නේ creditor කෙනෙකුට payment එකක් කරනවා. ඉතින් අපි දන්නවා ණයට අපි purchase කරාම අපි creditor ට ණය වෙනවා. අපි කියන්නේ business එක හැමතිස්සෙම හරි. එතකොට business එක ණය වෙනවා creditor ට. ඊට පස්සේ business එක අනිවාර්යෙන් ණය ගෙවන්න ඕනේ, ණය settle කරන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට මේ අවස්ථාවේ වෙන්නේ මේ settlement එක. ණය settle කරන අවස්ථාව. එතකොට අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කියන්නේ paid whatever amount to a creditor. එතකොට ඉතින් අපි කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? මේ අපි දන්නවා මේක cash payment එකක්. ඒ කියන්නේ business එකේ cash decrease වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ asset decrease වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම ඒ liability එක settle කරන නිසාවෙන් ඒ liability එක decrease වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ liabilities decrease වෙනවා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද මේ liability එක? creditors. ඒතර creditors value එකක් decrease වෙනවා. එතකොට values දෙකටම minuses තමයි අපි දාන්නේ. Okay? Right. Okay, next one is purchased non-current asset. Right. Now this is sort of a type of a transaction. Right? The precise transaction is below. Purchase a machine at 70,000 rupees. Right. Now what's the meaning here? This means the business purchases a non-current asset like machine or a machine used in business cash. Do you remember the non-current assets that you learned under chapter 4? Just recall them. Land and building, motor vehicles, machinery, furniture, equipment. So what happens when the business purchases a non-current asset? Right now, if the business purchases a machine, obviously a machine is an asset. So the value of the assets in the business definitely increases, right? So we should put plus. By how much? 70,000 rupees. Now, what is this asset precisely? It's a machine. So we can say machinery. Right. Now, what else will happen? Now, to purchase this machine, the business has to spend cash. So the business's cash decreases, minus 70,000. Right? Again, the value of assets decreases by 70,000 rupees, and this asset is cash. There is no change to equity or liabilities. Okay, next one. Same transaction, but it's on credit. Can you see? Purchase of a non-current asset at 70,000 rupees. Let's put at here. On credit. Right. Now again, we are going here a machine is purchased. So purchase a machine at 70,000 rupees on credit. Right. Now, what are the impacts? Definitely, machinery increases, right? The value of machinery increases, or the value of assets increases by 70,000 rupees. Will there be a change to the amount of cash? No, right? Because this is a credit transaction. Now, this is a credit transaction. ණයට වෙච්ච transaction එකක් මේ තියෙන්නේ. So no change to cash. So if this is a credit transaction, definitely the value of liabilities increases, right? By how much? 70,000 rupees. So what is this liability? We call it creditors. right? Creditors. So this is the impact of purchasing a non-current asset on credit. Here our non-current asset is a machine. So instead of machine, you might be given land and building, maybe motor vehicles, maybe furniture or equipment, right? Okay, let's take a look at the next transaction. Sold stock of goods for rupees or at rupees 80,000 in cash. So in short term, this is a cash sale. It's a cash sale, right? ඒ කියන්නේ stock එක සල්ලි වලට විකුණලා. stock එක විකුණනවා, in return customer ගෙන් සල්ලි ලැබෙනවා. So what happens here? When the business sells this stock of goods to a customer or to customers, the business receives cash in return. So what are the impacts? Very easy, right? Definitely, cash of the business increases by 80,000 rupees and stock of the business decreases by 80,000 rupees. Okay, right. Now, what's the next transaction? Sold stock of goods for rupees 80,000 on credit now. Okay, now this is a credit sale and this is a credit transaction. The previous 8th one is a cash transaction. 9th one is a credit transaction. Do you understand the difference, right? So when we are given a credit transaction, definitely there is no change to the amount of cash, right? Somehow this is a sale, so that means the stock of the business reduces by 80,000 rupees. Now, what's the other impact? Right, now do you remember the debtors? Debtors are the customers who owe the business, right? These are the credit customers who have purchased on credit from the business, right? So in this case, the business receives debtors worth of 80,000 rupees. So due to this transaction, the asset value of this business increases by 80,000 rupees because of debtors. හරි දැන් මෙතන තියෙන්නේ සෙල් කරනවා ස්ටොක් එක හැබැයි ණයට සෙල් කරනකොට අනිවාර්යෙන් කෑෂ් වලට කිසිම චේන්ජ් එකක් නැහැ. හැබැයි ස්ටොක් එක විකුණන නිසා ස්ටොක් එකේ වැලියු එක අනිවාර්යෙන් රිඩියුස් වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඇසෙට්ස් වල වැලියු එක රිඩියුස් වෙනවා මොකද ස්ටොක් එකේ වැලියු එක ස්ටොක් එක අඩු වෙන නිසා. අනිත් පැත්තට වෙන දේ තමයි debtors like any customer business එකට ණය වෙච්ච customers ලගේ value එක දැන් increase වෙනවා. right? ඒතකොට debtors ලා කියන්නේත් assets කියලා අපි ඉගෙන ගත්ත කලින් පාඩමේ. එතකොට debtors ලගේ value එක increase වෙනවා අනිත් පැත්තට stock value එක decrease වෙනවා. දෙන්නම assets. හරි? දෙන්නම assets. Right, the next transaction, the 10th one, sold goods at now this is a bit difficult one, and normally this comes in the exam paper, right? So better you should highlight this if you take a note, right? So this is, let's go through and see. Can you see there are two values given? So that's why I told you this is somewhat difficult and different. Okay, sold goods at 80,000 rupees which were purchased at 50,000 rupees. බලන්න මෙතන තියෙන වෙනස දැන් කලින් ඒවයි අපි කතා කරේ ස්ටොක් එක සෙල් කරා කියනවා වෙනවම නැත්නම් ස්ටොක් එක පර්චේස් කරා කියලා වෙනවම තියෙනවා. දැන් මෙතන සේල් එකයි පර්චේස් එකයි දෙන්නම එක තැන ඉන්නේ. Can you notice this? The sale and the purchase both in one place, right? So how do you deal with this? Right, this is how you're going to write the impacts. here you will have 3 impacts. Right now, this is weird, right? If you consider with the previous ones, this is somewhat different. Right now, obviously we know that when the business sells the stock of goods, the stock value of the business reduces, right? And when the business sells these stocks for cash, the cash of the business increases. So we can write that with the respective values. Right now, look here. Obviously, when the stock is sold, the stock value reduces. The stock value is reduced, right? By how much now? What's the stock value? It's 50,000 because the stock was purchased at 50,000 rupees. So stock minus, it should be 50,000 rupees. Okay, and then obviously the business receives cash by how much? Sold at how much? 80,000 rupees. So the cash value will increase by 80,000 rupees. Now, if you consider the values, can you see plus 80,000 minus 50,000 means mathematically it's plus 30,000, right? Now, if you consider now this is your accounting equation, if I write just A here, that this is assets equal equity plus liabilities. Right now, if you consider the left side of the accounting equation, you have plus 30,000, but there is nothing on the right side of the accounting equation. This is imbalanced. So how do you balance your accounting equation? Obviously, you need to put plus 30,000 to the right side of the accounting equation. Now, under which element? Is it equity or liabilities? Definitely, it's not liabilities, right? Definitely, this is equity. Why? What do you call the difference of these two values? We call it profit, right? Why? The businesses, purchased the stock at 50,000 and sold the stock at 80,000. So there is 30,000 rupees profit of 30,000 rupees. Yes, so profit belongs to whom? To the owner, right? So whatever the value of assets belongs to the owner is called equity. So you're going to write plus 30,000 under equity. So this means equity of the business increases by 30,000 rupees, and this is called specifically profit. You call it profit labaya. Are we clear? Shall I explain in Sinhala also? මෙතනදී අර කලින් එකට වඩා කලින් transactions වලට වඩා තනිකර වෙනස්. Weird, right? You know why? හේතුව මෙතන ඇවිල්ලා sale එකකුත් තියෙනවා purchase එකකුත් තියෙනවා. දැන් කලින් අපිට හම්බුනේ sale එකක් වෙනවම දෙනවා purchase එකක් වෙනවම දෙනවා. ඒතර කිසි ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. හැබැයි මේ දෙන්න එකට අරගෙන තියෙන්නේ මොකද හේතුව මෙතන තියෙනවා result එකක්. sale එකේ purchase එකේ ඒක තමයි profit එක. right? stock එක ගන්නවා 50,000කට stock එක විකුණනවා 80,000කට. එහෙනම් 30,000ක ලාභයක් profit එකක් මෙතන තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අපි හැමෝම දන්නවා චුටි කාලේ නෙවෙයි chapter 4 වල ඔයා ඉගෙන ගත්තා profit එක නිසා equity increase වෙනවා කියලා. මතකද? right? අපි තව කතා කරනවා මේ පාඩමේ, right? ඉතින් profit එකට අයිතිය තියෙන්නේ ව්‍යාපාරයේ ඉන්න අයිතිකාරයට. හරි? අයිතිකරු සතුයි ලාභය. ඉතින් ව්‍යාපාරයේ අයිතිකරු සම්බන්ධයෙන් තියෙන assets value එක represent කරන්නේ equity වලින්. එහෙනම් equity increase වෙනවා කියලා අපි කතා කරනවා හේතුව, right? profit. Equity increases due to profit. Okay? Due to profit. Okay, so this is the impact of this transaction. Right. Let's see the next transaction. Again, a similar transaction, right? But you have two extra words It's the exact transaction, but two extra words are there. Can you see? It's on credit. Again, this is, a difficult and different transaction that you have to study, and definitely, most of the time you get this transaction in your exam paper, maybe a term test, maybe your O-level paper. Okay, so let's write the impacts of this transaction. So how are you going to write the impacts? Same values. Can you see? The stock value is 50,000, and the stock was sold at 80,000 rupees. Right, now definitely you can say the value of the stock, right, decreases by 50,000. This is on credit transaction, means definitely the business does not receive any cash. What business receives is called the debtors, right? Right. So the value of the debtors increases by 80,000 rupees now, right? And then again, can you see there is a profit? Even though the transaction is made on credit basis, there is a profit here. So profit belongs to the owner of the business. So under equity, you have to write plus 30,000, and this is called profit. So how do you interpret this impact? You have to say like this: equity of the business increases by 30,000 rupees due to profit, because of profit. Are we clear? Right. ඉතින් අර කලින් transaction එකයි මේකේ ලොකු වෙනසක් නෑ. හැබැයි extra words දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නවා. ඒ කියන්නේ නැත්තම් තුන් දෙනෙක් විතර නම් 1 2 3 on credit basis. හරි? ඉතින් ඒ extra වචනත් එක්ක තමයි පොඩ්ඩක් එයා කලින් එක්කෙනාට වඩා වෙනස් වෙන්නේ. හරි. එතකොට මෙතන වෙන්නේ profit එකකට transaction එක වෙන්නේ නමුත් ණයට. ඉතින් ණයට transaction එක වෙනකොට අනිවාර්යෙන් business එකේ cash value එකට කිසිම change එකක් නෑ. Cash වෙනුවට එන asset එක තමයි debtors. එතකොට debtors value එක 80,000 වලින් increase වෙනවා. stock value එක sell කරන නිසා stock value එක අඩු වෙනවා 50,000 වලින්. profit එක 30,000 and profit belongs to the owner කියලා අපි දන්නවා. එහෙනම් equity increase කරන්න ඕනේ 30,000 වලින්. හේතුව තමයි profit, ලාභය. Okay, let's look at the next transaction. Received 1,000 rupees from a debtor. Right. Now you know who a debtor is. A debtor is a customer who owes the business. Right? Business එකට ණය වෙච්ච customer කෙනෙක්. Now in this transaction, the debtor pays to the business. So when we talk about from the side of the business, you have to tell like this: the business receives cash from the debtor because the debtor owes the business. So what happens to the cash amount of the business? Definitely the cash of the business increases. So we can say cash 80,000 rupees. Now, what is the other impact? Since the business receives cash from the debtor, the debtor's value, the value of debtors of the business decreases. So we can say debtors minus, debtors are assets of the business. So this asset decreases by 80,000 rupees. So this is the impact of receiving cash from a debtor. Okay, right. Next transaction. Now, if the business pays its electricity bill, what happens? Is this a cash transaction? Obviously. So you know that the cash value of this business, so we say the cash value of this, that means value of the assets decreases. So we can say cash minus 20,000. Now, what is the other impact? Do you remember? An expense leads to decrease equity, right? An expense leads to decrease the value of assets belongs to the owner of the business. You learn this under chapter 4. So obviously, the equity value, the value of equity will decrease by 20,000 rupees. And what's the reason now? Because of this expense. What is this expense? It's electricity charges. So don't write as expense. Now some students, they tend to write expense here, and which is incorrect, because expense is a common word. You have to have the precise expense name. So you need to write electricity charges here, right? Electricity charge. Expense, the equity of the business by the name of the expense. මතක තියාගන්න expense එකකින් වෙන්නේ assets අඩු වෙනවා. මොන asset එකද හරියටම අඩු වෙන්නේ? cash. මොකද expense එකක් කරනවා කියන්නේ business එක cash payment එකක් කරනවා කියන එක. හරි, එහෙනම් ඕනම වෙලාවක ඔයාලට expense එකක් නම් transaction එකට දීලා තියෙන්නේ, ඔයාලට කියන්න පුළුවන් cash value එක decrease වෙනවා. හැබැයි මෙහිමයි, හරි? දැන් මේක හරියට තේරෙන්නේ grade 11 student කෙනෙකුට. මේක paid electricity charges by a check කියලා තිබ්බොත් හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න, ඔයාට cash කියලා ලියන්න බෑ. මොකද cash කියන්නේ cash in hand. හරි, ඔයාට මෙතන ලියන්න වෙන්නේ bank කියන word එක. හරි, අපි එහෙම transaction එකක් ඉස්සරහට paper class එකක හරි ඉස්සරහ tutorial එකක කතා කරමු. grade 10 students ඒ ගැන හිතන්න එපා මේ වෙලාවේ. but ඔයගොල්ලෝ chapter 9 ඉගෙන ගත්තාම තේරෙයි මම මේ කියන කතාව. හරි, grade 11 student කෙනෙකුට මම මේ කියන කතාව තේරෙයි. එතකොට පුතා ඔයා ලියන්න ඕනේ bank minus 20,000. හරිද? So forget about the bank and buy check now. For now you can say when the business pays a certain expense using the cash of the cash of the business decreases, right? And on the other hand, an expense lead to decrease equity. Therefore, you can decrease the value of equity. Okay? අනිත් පැත්තට ඔන්න මතක තියාගන්න expense එකක තියෙන අනිත් impact එක තමයි expense එකක් නිසාවෙන් ඕනට අයිති assets ප්‍රමාණය අඩු වෙනවා. ව්‍යාපාරයේ තියෙන ඕනට අයිති assets ප්‍රමාණය අඩු වෙනවා කියන්නේ equity value එක අඩු වෙනවා. හරි, එතකොට මේ equity value එක අඩු වෙන්න හේතු වෙන දේ තමයි මේ expense එක. එතකොට ඔයා මෙතන expense කියන general word එක ලියන්න යන්න එපා. ඒක වැරදි. අපි මෙතනදී අපිට දීලා තියෙන expense name එක තමයි ලියන්න ඕනේ. දැන් උදාහරණයක් මෙතනදී electricity charges නම් ඔයාලට දුන්නේ, ඔයා මෙතන ලියන්නේ electricity charges. ඊට පස්සේ මෙතන දීලා තියෙන්නේ ඔයාලට salaries, එහෙනම් ඔයා මෙතන ලියන්න ඕනේ salaries. ඔයාලට දීලා තියෙන්නේ paid insurance charges නම් ඔයා මෙතන ලියන්න ඕනේ insurance charges. Okay? Right. So that is about a payment of expense. මම මෙන්න මේකත් චුට්ටක් සිංහල මික්ස් කරලා කතා කරන්නම්. දැන් මෙතනදී තියෙන්නේ අපි දන්නවා debtor කියන පුද්ගලයා ව්‍යාපාරයට ණය වෙච්ච customer කෙනෙක්. එතකොට මේ debtor ඇවිල්ලා අනිවාර්යෙන් business එකට සල්ලි ගෙවන්න ඕනේ. මොකද මේ debtor ඇවිල්ලා ණය වෙලා තියෙන්නේ business එකට. හැබැයි අපි හැමතිස්සෙම කතා කරන්න ඕනේ ව්‍යාපාරයේ පැත්තෙන්, business එක පැත්තෙන්. එතකොට business එකට debtor ගෙන් මුදල් ලැබෙන්න ඕනේ. දැන් මේ අවස්ථාවේ මේ transaction එකේ වෙන්නේ debtor මුදල් ප්‍රමාණයක්, එයාගේ ණය මුදල් ප්‍රමාණය ව්‍යාපාරයට ගෙවනවා. අපි ව්‍යාපාරයේ පැත්තෙන් කතා කරොත්, business එක පැත්තෙන් කතා කරොත් අපිට කියන්න තියෙන්නේ business එකට debtor ගෙන් මුදල් ලැබෙනවා. එයාගේ ණය මුදල ලැබෙනවා ව්‍යාපාරයට. ඒ කියන්නේ debtor ගේ ණය මුදල ව්‍යාපාරයට ලැබෙනවා. හරි? එතකොට අනිවාර්යෙන් අපිට තේරෙනවා business එකේ සල්ලි ප්‍රමාණය වැඩි වෙනවා. එහෙනම් අපිට cash plus 80,000 කියලා ලියන්න පුළුවන්. අපි දන්නවා debtors කියන්නේ asset එකක්. එතකොට debtors කියන asset එකේ value එක නම් ඔන්න අඩු වෙනවා. හේතුව ව්‍යාපාරයට මුදල් ලැබෙන නිසා debtors ලාගෙන් debtors ලා තවදුරටත් ණය නැහැනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ කියන debtor තවදුරටත් ණය නැහැ. එතකොට මෙතනදී අපි debtors කියන plural word එක use කරනවා මුළු debtors ලා ප්‍රමාණය හඟවන්න. හරි? එතකොට මුළු debtors ලා ප්‍රමාණයෙන් 80000ක් 80,000 rupees ඇවිල්ලා අඩු වෙනවා. Okay? Right, now let's look at the next transaction. 14th transaction. Now this is about an income. Now income is the opposite of expense, right? So definitely when you write the impacts of an income, you will need to write the opposite impact of expense. Are we clear? Right, let's go through. Let me write the accounting equation once again here for you to understand. I'm just writing just the first letter, right? Just the first letter. Don't write like this in your exam, okay? Right. So A for assets, E for equity, and L for liabilities. Right. Now, this is the the heading. That is what let's see, it is this 30,000, right? Here also I'll erase the amount. So this will act as a topic, paid and expense. That's our topic. And here also received an income. Okay. ආදායමක් ලැබීම. Right. Now, what's the exact transaction? This one, right? Yeah, I have given you two transactions. So let's go through both. Right now, the first one is received commission income 30,000 rupees. Now, commission income is an income to the business. So here the business receives some cash amount as commission income. So you know definitely the cash value of the business increases, right? So you can say cash plus 30,000. Now compare with the payment of expense, right? Here you wrote cash minus, right? But here you write cash plus. Because expense leads to decrease cash, income leads to increase cash, right? So compare and study, right? Then on the other hand, we know that from chapter 4, I taught you, and we know the definition of an income. Do you remember? An income leads to increase equity. An expense leads to decrease equity. On the other hand, an expense leads to increase equity. So that means an income leads to increase the value of assets belongs to the owner of the business, right? The owner means we are talking about sole proprietorship businesses under all of our syllabus. So that's why I use the owner, right? Just one owner, right? So I should write plus 30,000 under equity. And what's the reason here? Actually, equity increases because of this commission income, right? So I should write the word commission income here. Okay, you need to write the precise income name here. Don't just write income. Income is a general, a common word. You have to be precise and write the exact income name. Are we clear? Okay. So similarly, can you try the next one? Right? Pause the video and try the next one. You can do this, right? Okay. So what to do now? You have to increase the cash value of the business. That means asset value of the business, right? By 20,000 rupees. What's our transaction? Received interest income 20,000 rupees. Now, interest income is an income. So when the business receives this income, the cash value of the business increases. Also, the equity value of the business increases by the same amount, 20,000. And this is because of this interest income, right? Interest income. Okay. Right. So, Puta, always, study the payment of expense and the receipt of an income by comparing, right? So did you notice the exact opposite impact happens for the income when you compare with expense. Now, when you compare the payment of an expense and the receipt of an income, they have opposite impacts, right? Now, if you take the payment of expense leads to decrease cash, right? Decrease cash or decrease assets. But receipt of an income leads to increase assets. Otherwise, you can say increase cash. Okay. And what about the other impact? When it comes to the payment of expense, it leads to decrease equity, right? When it comes to the receipt of an income, it leads to increase equity. So you have to write plus 30,000 or plus with the value, right? Okay, so always, in these kind of transactions, you need to compare and, study. That's a very good study technique, right? So you can easily remember, these points when you compare these two. Okay, then මෙතනදී හැමතිස්සෙම දැන් මේක ඇවිල්ලා හොඳ ස්ටඩි ටෙක්නික් එකක් අපි පාඩම් කරනකොට දැන් අපිට හොඳටම තේරුණා මෙතන එක්ස්පෙන්ස් එකක තියෙන ඉම්පැක්ට් එකයි ඉන්කම් එකක් ලැබෙන වෙලාවට තියෙන ඉම්පැක්ට් එකයි අතර මේ තනිකර විරුද්ධ තනිකර ඔපොසිට් ඉම්පැක්ට් එකක් තියෙන්නේ. හරි මෙතනදී ඔයාලට පේනව නේද? එක්ස්පෙන්ස් එකක් පේ කරනකොටයි ඉන්කම් එකක් ලැබෙනකොටයි තියෙන ඉම්පැක්ට්ස් ඇවිල්ලා තනිකර ඔපොසිට් ඉම්පැක්ට්ස් තියෙන්නේ. හරිද? එතකොට එක්ස්පෙන්ස් එකක් පේ කරනකොට කෑෂ් එහෙම නැත්නම් ඇසෙට් වැලියු එක ඩික්‍රීස් වෙනවා, ඉන්කම් එක ලැබෙනකොට ඉන්ක්‍රීස් වෙනවා. එතකොට ඉක්විටි වලට තියෙන ඉම්පැක්ට් එක එක්ස්පෙන්ස් එකකදී ඉක්විටි ඩික්‍රීස් කරනවා, ඒ වගේම ඉන්කම් එකේදී ඉක්විටි ඉන්ක්‍රීස් කරනවා. හරි? ඒතර මේක හැමතිස්සෙම කම්පෙයාර් කරලා අපි මතකේ තියාගන්න එක ලේසි. right. ඒතර අනිවාර්යෙන් මතක තියාගන්න එක්ස්පෙන්ස් එකේ නම ලියන්න හරියට. ඒ කියන්නේ අදාළ එක්ස්පෙන්ස් එකේ නම. නැතුව ජෙනරල් නෝමල් වර්ඩ් එක එක්ස්පෙන්ස් කියලා ලියන්න බෑ. ඉන්කම් එකේදීත් එහෙමයි. හරි? Okay, next 15th transaction. Cash drawings. Now remember Buddha, this is a short form of the transaction. Especially when you get a question to write, transactions by giving the impacts of the transaction, you need to write the transaction in detail, right? You will understand this when I do a similar question. Anyhow, now this is like a short form of the transaction. Now, when you have to write the precise transaction, you need to use these words, right? Now, what is a cash drawing? In simple terms, the owner of the business withdraws some cash of the business for his personal use, right? So here you have to write like this: owner withdrew. So this is the verb that we use when the owner does drawings, right? Withdraw, and this is the past tense. So owner withdrew 10,000 rupees from the business for his personal use. Okay, right. So what happens because of this transaction? What are the two impacts? Obviously, this is a cash transaction. That means the cash value of the business tend to change, right? Is it an increase or a decrease? Obviously, you can understand it's a decrease. So assets value of the business decreases by how much? 10,000. And what is this asset? This is obviously cash. So cash decreases because of this transaction. So what's the other impact? Do you remember? Drawings, similar to expenses, drawings lead to decrease equity, right? Both expenses and drawings lead to decrease equity. The value of assets belongs to the owner. So in that case, we need to write under equity minus 10,000. And what's the reason now? What's the item name that you are going to write? You can just say drawings. No need to say cash drawings here. Just say drawings. Are we clear? Right? So look, Because of a cash drawing, the asset value of the business decreases, the equity value of the business decreases. Okay, right. What about the next transaction? Now, this is a cash drawing, and here we have a stock drawing. Do you remember now? There are two types of drawings, the cash drawing and the stock drawing. So again, be mindful. When you have to write transactions, you should not use short terms. You should write this transaction in detail like this. On a withdrew stock of goods, right? Now this is the stock, right? So stock of goods worth of 10,000 rupees from the business for his personal use. Okay, right. Now, can you guess the impacts? It's easy, right? Again, similar to the 15th one, asset value of the business definitely decreases. Why? Because the asset cost stock, the value of the stock decreases by 10,000. Because owner takes the business stock worth of 10,000 rupees for his personal use. Okay, right. So on the other hand, what happens to equity? When there is drawings, definitely drawings lead to decrease equity, right? So remember, because of drawings, right, equity value decreases by 10,000 rupees. Okay, so this is the impact of stock drawings. Right, now again, these two transactions you can compare and study, right? Look at both transactions. Both transactions lead to decrease assets of the business and decrease value of equity of the business. Right? When it comes to cash drawing, it should be cash. The asset should be the cash. When it comes to stock drawings, the asset should be stock. Right? Then both transactions lead to decreased equity. The reason is drawings. Okay, study right now. හරි මම පොඩ්ඩක් සිංහලත් ඔන්න මික්ස් කරලා කියනවා. දැන් මෙතනදී අපි දැනගත්තා මම හිතන්නේ මම 4 වෙනි පාඩමේ ඔයාලට කියලා දුන්නා. right drawings කියලා දෙයක් තියෙනවා. drawings කියන්නේ ඕන තමන්ගේ business එකේ තියෙන especially අපේ syllabus එකේ කතා කරන විදිහට මුදල් සහ ඒ කියන්නේ සල්ලි සහ business එකේ තියෙන stock එක තමන්ගේ පෞද්ගලික ප්‍රයෝජනයට ගෙනිච්චොත් මේවා transactions අනිවාර්යෙන්. එතකොට මේවා වලින් වෙන impact එක අපි දැනගෙන ඉන්න ඕනේ. right ඒ වගේම මේ transactions අපි ඉස්සරහට accounts වල record කරනවා. හරි එතකොට මෙතනදි වෙන්නේ පුතා හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න drawings නිසා equity value එක business එකේ අඩු වෙනවා. ඕනෙට business එකේ අයිති assets ප්‍රමාණය අනිවාර්යෙන් අඩු වෙනවනේ. මොකද ඕනෙට business එකේ තියෙන දේ ඕන ගෙදර ගෙනියනවා එයාගේ පෞද්ගලික ප්‍රයෝජනයට. එහෙනම් equity වල value එක definitely අඩු වෙන්න ඕනේ. transactions දෙන්නම හින්දා. හරි? ඒ වගේම asset value එක අඩු වෙනවා. මොකද මේ asset එක business එකේ තියෙන asset එකක් තමයි ඕන තමන්ගේ පෞද්ගලික ප්‍රයෝජනයට ගෙනියන්නේ. cash drawing එකේ නම් cash, stock drawing එකේ නම් stock. එතකොට asset value එකත් අඩු වෙනවා, equity value එකත් අඩු වෙනවා. Okay? right. එතකොට හරියට item names ලියන්න දැනගන්න ඕනේ. කියන්නේ හරිය precise asset item එක ලියන්නයි, equity වල item එක ලියන්නයි. Okay? right. Now let's do the next transaction. 17th transaction. Opening a fixed deposit, or you can say opened in past tense, right? Opened a fixed deposit, 50,000 rupees. You can say by depositing 50,000 rupees, right? Let's say by depositing 50,000 rupees. So what's the meaning here? The business collects its business cash worth of 50,000 rupees, right? And deposit that 50,000 rupees in the bank in a fixed deposit. Under business studies, you will learn this properly when you go to grade level. For now, just try to understand that this is a kind of a banking service offered by the banks to their customers to deposit their money, and they offer higher interest rates, right, when compared to savings accounts. Okay, right. Anyhow, so what happens here, as I told you, the business collects its business cash and deposit that cash amount, here it's 50,000 rupees, in a fixed deposit. Right, now what are the two impacts of this transaction? Remember, Puta, I think I taught you this, or I might not, right, in chapter 4. Just remember this. This fixed deposit is an asset, right? Remember, not down. This is an asset of the business, right? So if fixed deposit is an asset, what about this 50,000 rupees? That is also an asset. So here, actually, right, the impacts are the cash value of the business definitely decreases by 50,000 rupees. Why? Because the business collects the business cash and put it into a fixed deposit, right? So cash of the business decreases and it goes to now to the bank, right? So we can write plus 50,000 with what asset? The fixed deposit. The value of the fixed deposit increases, right? So both are actually, if I write the accounting equation once again here, both are assets, right? One asset decreases, the other asset increases. So this is the impact of opening a fixed deposit by the business. Okay? මෙතනදි වෙන්නේ බිස්නස් එක තමන්ගේ ව්‍යාපාරයේ තියෙන සල්ලි ප්‍රමාණයක් එකතු කරලා ඒක ගිහිලා දානවා බැංකුවේ ෆික්ස් ඩිපොසිට් එක ඩිපොසිට් කරනවා. නැත්නම් අපි සිංහලෙන් කියනවා තැන්පත් කරනවා. හරි? එතකොට බිස්නස් එකේ සල්ලි ටික දැන් බැංකුවට නෑන්නේ පුතා. ඒ කියන්නේ බිස්නස් එකේ සල්ලි ටික අඩු වෙනවා. ෆික්ස් ඩිපොසිට් එකේ සල්ලි දැන් වැඩි වෙන්නේ. ඒතර ෆික්ස් ඩිපොසිට් කියන ඇසෙට් එක වැඩි වෙනවා කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන් අහට. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒකේ වැලියු එක වැඩි වෙනවා, ඒ වගේම කෑෂ් වැලියු එක අඩු වෙනවා. දෙන්නම ඇසෙට්ස්. හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න ෆික්ස් ඩිපොසිට් කියන්නේ ඇසෙට් එකක්. හරි, මේවා ගැන තව මම වැඩිදුර විස්තර කියන්නම් ඉස්සරහ පාඩම් වලදී. Okay? Right. Next transaction, obtained a bank loan. Right, a bank loan. Now, what is a bank loan? Do you remember? It's a liability, right? This is a liability, L for liability, okay? Right, now, when business obtains a bank loan, 200,000 rupees, what happens to the business? Asset value, what happens to the asset value? Obviously, the value of assets increases. Why? Because of cash. Now, when business obtains a loan from the bank, that means it's a cash value. It's a cash amount, right? So it comes to the business now. So the cash of the business increases now. So you can simply say cash plus 200,000 rupees, right? So taking a loan means simply the business borrows some money from the bank. So it comes to the business. So the value of the cash increases by 200,000 rupees. And on the other hand, this is a liability. So because of this liability, the liabilities of the business increase. Right? Now this amount is, it's a due amount of the business. This is payable by the business. This amount is payable by the business. The business should settle this due amount, 200,000 rupees, to the bank. So it's a liability. Because of this transaction, the liabilities increase. So under liabilities, you can say plus by how much now? 200,000 rupees. Liability is increased by 200,000 rupees. And what is this liability? It's the bank loan, right? You can say bank loan here. Okay, now let's take a look at the next transaction. Repaid or settled, similar meaning, right? 10,000 of the bank loan. What is this transaction? Previously, the business obtains a bank loan. Next, the business settles some amount of the bank loan to the bank. So what happens for the impacts? Definitely, you can guess this. You will have the opposite impacts, right? When business obtains the bank loan, cash value increases. Then, when the business settles the bank loan, what happens to cash? The cash value decreases, right? So you can say cash minus this amount, right? 10,000. Only 10,000 is paid to the bank now by the business. So cash minus 10,000, what's the other impact? Obviously, opposite impact of this. When the business settles its liabilities, the value of the liabilities decreases, right? So liabilities we have to reduce by 10,000. And what is this liability? It's precisely the bank loan. Now again here you can compare and study, right? When the business obtains the loan, assets increase, liabilities also increase. When the business settles a part of the bank loan, this is just a part of the bank loan, right? The assets decrease and the value of liabilities also decrease. Okay, so compare and study, right? Here plus, here minus, plus and a minus under liabilities and assets. හරි දැන් මෙතනදී මේ වෙලාවෙත් අර මම කලින් කිව්වා වගේ අපිට හොඳට compare කරලා study කරන්න පුළුවන්. right? මම ආපහු මෙතනට accounting equation එක ලියුවොත් assets equal equity plus liabilities. loan එකක් ව්‍යාපාරය ගන්නකොට ඒ කියන්නේ loan එකක් ගන්නවා කියන්නේ ඇත්තටම business එකට සල්ලි මදි නම් බැංකුවෙන් ණයට මුදල් ඉල්ල ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒතකොට ණයට එන මේ සල්ලි ව්‍යාපාරයට ලැබෙනවනේ පුතා. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ business එකේ තියෙන සල්ලි වැඩි වෙනවනේ. now ඔයාට simply assets increase කරලා පෙන්වන්න පුළුවන් මේ අවස්ථාවේ. හරි? ඒතකොට මේ asset එක හරියටම cash මේ ණයට ලැබෙන්නේ මුදල්නේ. සල්ලි ලැබෙන්නේ. අනිත් පැත්තට මේක liability එකක්. මොකද මේ මුදල් නැවත ව්‍යාපාරය බැංක් එකට ගෙවන්න ඕනේ. business එක ඇවිල්ලා මේ මුදල් ප්‍රමාණය නැවත settle කරන්න ඕනේ. ගෙවලා දාන්න ඕනේ, settle කරලා දාන්න ඕනේ, බේරුම් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ liability එකක් business එකට එනවා. සල්ලි එන්නේ liability එකක් විදියට, වගකීමක් විදියට. ඒ business එකේ liabilities increase වෙනවා. ඒත් මේ liability එකේ precise name එක අපි මෙතන ලියන්නේ bank loan. ඔන්න අනිත් එක තමයි මේකේ opposite එක. ඒ කියන්නේ business එක මේකේ මේ ණය මුදලින් කොටසක් ගෙවුවොත් බැංකුවට. හරි? බැංකුවට. එතකොට මොකද වෙන්නේ? opposite impacts යන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ assets decrease වෙනවා. හරියටම cash value එක. ඒ වගේම liabilities decrease වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ precise liability එක bank loan කියන liability එකේ value එකත් අඩු වෙනවා දැන්. liability value එකත් අඩු වෙනවා, asset value එකත් අඩු වෙනවා. හරි නේද? ඉතින් මේක compare කරලා study කරන්න. හරි? right, next transaction. paid bank loan interest 2,000 rupees. Right. Now, what is bank loan interest? Do you remember? This is an expense, right? Make a viyadama, expense. Right. Now, you know the impacts of the payment of an expense, right? You learn this. So, what's the impact now? When the business pays the interest charged for the bank loan to the bank, it should be paid by using the cash, right? So cash value of the business definitely decreases by this amount, that is 2,000. Are we clear now? Bank loan interest is, you know, right? The interest charged for borrowing money, right? The bank charges an extra amount as interest from the person who took the bank loan, right? So here the business obtained the bank loan, so business should pay interest to the bank. So in this transaction, the business pays this interest, the bank loan interest, right? So the assets of this business decrease. What's the other impact? Do you remember? An expense lead to decrease equity, right? So under equity, you can write minus 2,000. And what's this reason? What's the item name that you are going to write here? The name of this expense. The name of this expense is bank loan interest. So you have to say bank loan interest. Okay. So this is our impact. You need to write the impact of a payment of an expense. Right? Okay. So 20th one, we finished. Now 21st transaction. This is again a different and difficult transaction. So you better highlight this transaction. Okay. Right. Now look here. It says paid bank loan installment. Now here paid only bank loan interest. Here just paid, you know, the part of the bank loan. But here it says bank loan installment. Paid bank loan installment. 20,000 rupees. Right? Of 20,000 rupees, including, look at the word, including 2,000 as interest. Now what is this? Right, Putala, remember this. Now, when a person or a business obtains a bank loan, that person of the business should settle the bank loan. Normally, a bank loan is settled using installments. We call it installments. In Sinhala, we call it වාරික. කොටස් වශයෙන් තමයි ණයක් ගත්තු කෙනෙක් නැත්නම් ව්‍යාපාරයක් ණය settle කරන්නේ. Right? So here the business, you know, settles one of the bank loan installment. Now, mostly the bank loan is settled using monthly installments. Right? That means every month, a certain cash amount is paid to the bank in order to settle the bank loan. Right? So in this case, remember, this is kind of a side note for you. If you take the bank loan installment, right? If you take the bank loan installment, now since this is a difficult one, this normally comes in your paper. This is tested in your paper, right? The bank loan installment consists of two things, right? It consists of the part of the bank loan, right? The part of the total bank loan amount. Now, let's say if the bank loan amount is 200,000, this contains a part of this bank loan amount, right? So I write part of bank loan, okay? And also this contains a part of the total interest, right? The total interest paid should be paid by the business. So I write part of interest or bank loan interest. BL means bank loan, right? Interest. So are we clear? Now the bank loan installment consists of part of the bank loan and part of the total bank loan interest. So we are given that the total, the amount of bank loan installment as 20,000 rupees, right? Then they say that now this 20,000 rupees including, that means this 20,000 rupees includes 2,000 rupees as interest. So this 2,000 rupees is inside of this 20,000. So it is clear that the bank loan interest amount is 2,000 rupees. Okay, right? Then if I ask you what's the amount of bank loan in this installment, it should be 18,000 rupees, right? So 18,000 rupees plus 2,000 rupees become, 20,000 rupees. Are we clear, right? So understand this, you can take this down. Especially, you have to concentrate on this word. Including means 2,000 is included inside 20,000 rupees installment. Okay, right. Now, here actually, the business pays the part of the bank loan as well as interest. Now, in this transaction number 19 and 20th, actually, you wrote the impact separately. Settling the bank loan and also separately, paying the bank loan interest. But here in this transaction, now you have the payment of the bank loan as well as payment of the bank loan interest. So what would be your impacts? Right? So that's why I call it, this is different and difficult, right? So you will have to write actually 3 impacts here. Like the transaction that, results in a profit. Do you remember we wrote 2 transactions previously that, that generate profit, right? Right now, in this transaction, if I write again the account equation over here on top, right now, how do you write the impact of this, this transaction? Right now, I'm going to erase this note, pause the video and take it down if you need. It is actually, it's important to write it down, right? Fine, let me erase now. Right, before erasing, I better explain this using Sinhala also, right? හරි, දැන් මෙතනදී හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න, දැන් කලින් 19 වෙනි transaction එකේදී ඔයාලට පේනවා ඇති එතනදී වෙලා තියෙන්නේ පුතා bank loan එක settle කරලා. හරි? 20 වෙනි transaction එකේ තියෙන්නේ interest එක, කියන්නේ bank loan interest එක pay කරලා. දැන් ඔය 21 වෙනි transaction එකේ තියෙන්නේ ඔය දෙකේම එකතුව. හරි, එතකොට ඔය දෙකේම impact එක ඔයාලට මෙතන පෙන්වන්න වෙනවා එක තැන. හරි? එතකොට මේ දේ හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් loan එකක් ගත්තු කෙනෙක් කොටස් වශයෙන් තමයි loan එක ගෙවන්නේ. ඒ කොටස් වශයෙන් ගෙවනකොට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ monthly installment base එක. කියන්නේ මාසික වාරික ක්‍රමය, right? ඒතර මෙතන කියනවා ඒ එක වාරිකයක්, එක ගෙවන කොටසක amount එක අපිට දීලා තියෙනවා 20,000 rupees. හරිද? එතකොට ඔයා දැනගෙන ඉන්න ඕනේ ඔය 20,000 rupees ඇතුලේ තියෙනවා bank loan එකෙන් කොටසකුයි මේ ව්‍යාපාරය ගෙවන්න ඕනේ මුළු බැංකු පොලියෙන් කොටසකුයි bank loan interest එකෙන් කොටසකුයි. හරි? ඉතින් එතකොට අපි දැනගන්න ඕනේ bank loan amount එක කොච්චරද interest amount එක කොච්චරද කියලා. හරි. එතකොට අපිට data දෙනවා මුළු installment එක 20,000යි 2,000ක් interest including 2,000. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ 2,000 මේ 20,000 ඇතුලේ ඉන්නේ. ඇතුළත්ව 2,000ක් ඇතුළත්ව තමයි ඔයාලට 20,000ක installment එකක් තියෙන්නේ. එහෙනම් interest හරියට 2,000 නම් අපිට තේරෙනවා bank loan කොටස bank loan amount එක 18,000ක් නැත්නම් 18,000 rupees. දැන් මේක දිහා බලලා තමයි අපි impacts ලියන්නේ. Right, now let's try to write the impacts. Okay, right, now I'm going to erase this. Right, now this 20,000 rupees bank loan installment amount is a cash amount. So it's obvious that cash of the business decreases by 20,000 rupees. There is no doubt, right? Right. Then I told you that the bank loan amount is 18,000, right? And interest amount is bank loan, BL means bank loan, right? Interest amount is 2,000. So bank loan is a liability, right? Bank loan is a liability. This is a liability. So when the business settles some part of the liability, what happens to the liability value of the business? Definitely, the value of the liabilities decreases. By how much now? By 18,000 rupees, the loan amount, right? Minus 18,000, part of the bank loan amount, right? Liabilities decrease by 18,000 rupees. And what's the name that we give? It's a bank loan. You can say bank loan, the precise liability that leads to decrease. And then on the other hand, when the business settles the interest, what happens? We know bank loan interest is an expense, right? This is an expense, right? So expense leads to decrease equity, right? So we can write minus 2,000, and what's the reason? Bank loan interest. Bank loan interest. So because of the bank loan interest, the equity of the business decreases by 2,000 rupees. Right, this is your impact. Right, these are the impacts of this transaction. Now check whether your accounting equation balances or not. Right now, here is our equal mark. So left side of our equal mark, we have 20,000 rupees. On the left side of our equation, we have minus 20,000 rupees. And on the right side of our equation, how much of amount available? Minus 2,000, minus 18,000. So that means mathematically minus 20,000. So again, our accounting equation balances. So this is our impact, right? So remember, Puta, this is a very special transaction. Especially this is tested in your term test papers or maybe O-level paper because of the speciality of this transaction. Now, what's the speciality of this transaction? All three elements of the accounting equation decrease because of this transaction. The value of all three elements of the accounting equation tend to decrease because of this transaction. Very special transaction. Assets decrease, equity decreases, even liabilities decrease. Are we clear? So assets decrease by 20,000, the installment amount. Equity decreases by interest amount, right? Here it's 2,000. And the liability decreased by the loan amount included in the installment. Here it's 18,000 rupees. Very special transaction highlighted, right? Right. So that's it. Then we have another transaction, again, different and difficult, so weird, right? So this is, you should, highlight this again. Let's go through. Paid 50,000 to a business creditor using owner's personal cash. Right, මේක පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න කලින් ආපහු කියනවා. දැන් මේ transaction එක අර මම කලින් කිව්වා වගේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට papers වල එනවා. මොකද මේක ටිකක් වෙනස්, ඒ වගේම special හේතුව මේ transaction එකේ ඇත්තටම පුතා අනික් transaction එක compare කරාම මේ transaction එකෙන් ඇවිල්ලා accounting equation එකේ තියෙන elements තුන් දෙනාගෙම value එක decrease කරනවා. හරි? installment එක නිසා asset value එක decrease වෙනවා, cash value එක ඇත්තටම installment එකේ තියෙන bank loan කොටස නිසා liability value එක decrease වෙනවා. right? මොකද bank loan කියන liability එක settle වෙන නිසා මේ වෙලාවේ කොටස. ඒ වගේම මේ installment එක ඇස්සේ තියෙන interest එක pay කරන නිසා equity ඕනට අයිති assets ප්‍රමාණය equity අඩු වෙනවා. එතකොට assets equity liability තුන් දෙනාම accounting equation එකේ ඉන්න elements තුන් දෙනාම මේ වෙලාවේ අඩු වෙනවා value එක. මේ transaction එක නිසාවෙන්. හරි ඒ නිසා මෙයා හරි special transaction එකක්. ඉතින් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට paper එකේ මේක test කරන possibility එක වැඩි. Okay. Right. Now let's move on to the next transaction. As I told you earlier, this is again difficult, right? Difficult and also it's like weird, right? Fine. So let's read. Paid 50,000 rupees, right? To a business creditor, okay? Using owner's personal cash, okay? Normally, to a business creditor, a business should pay the business cash, right? Isn't it? Neither. A business should pay its creditors by using the business cash, no? Now, in this case, the owner of this business pays to a business creditor using his personal cash, right? Then මෙතනදී වෙන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි දන්නවා business එකේ ඉන්න creditor කෙනෙකුට සල්ලි ගෙවන්නේ business එකේ සල්ලි පාවිච්චි කරලා. නේද? මොකද business එකේ ණයයිනේ creditor කෙනෙකුට. එතකොට business එක අනිවාර්යෙන් ඒ creditor සල්ලි ගෙවන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට ඒ සල්ලි ගෙවන්නේ ඇත්තටම business එකේ තියෙන සල්ලි පාවිච්චි කරලා. හැබැයි මෙතනදි වෙන්නේ ඕනේ එයාගේ personal cash use කරලා මේ business creditor මුදල් ගෙවනවා. Right. එතකොට business cash and owner's personal cash are two different things, no? You should understand it, honey. These are two different things. So how do you treat this transaction? Right. Now, to understand this, I'm going to, explain this in a different way, right? A different way, right? Now, let's imagine like this. Now, let's write the accounting equation over here. Assets equal equity plus liabilities, right? Imagine as the first transaction, the owner invested, right? The owner invested 50,000 rupees to the business as capital, right? Imagine like that without paying his personal cash. Just imagine that the owner invested 50,000 to the business. So what's the impact now? The cash of the business, that means assets increase, that is cash by 50,000. Okay, I'll draw lines here. Right. What's the other impact now? The other impact is equity of the business increases by 50,000 because of capital. Right? We know this. I have explained this. Right? So this is the impact of investing capital. Right. Then now the business has money. Right? Right. Now using this cash amount, the business can pay to its creditors. Right? So let's say let's say paid 50,000 rupees, right, to a creditor. Now you tell me the impacts. You learn this, right? The cash business decreases by 50,000, and what else? Liabilities of the business reduced by 50,000 rupees because of this creditor. The precise liability that lead to decrease is creditors, the creditors, right? So the value of creditors also decreases by 50,000 rupees. Right. Now try to take the net impact of these two transactions. What do you mean by net impact? That means you have to simplify these values, right? Just pay your attention. Right now, I'm going to take the net value of these two transactions. Okay. Now, what's the net value of assets? Plus 50,000 minus 50,000. What's your value now? 0, right? Plus and minus, we can cancel these two values. So these two values are cancelled by each other. Right. Then what about the equity value? It is plus 50,000. And this is actually capital. No? This is capital. Right? And what about the liabilities value? It is minus 50,000. Right? And this liability is actually creditors. Now, this is actually your answer for this transaction, for this one. Okay? Right. So, actually now, without thinking that the owner pays directly to a business creditor using his personal cash, we can assume that he invests his cash, personal cash, to the business as capital. Then the business has cash. So using that cash amount of the business can pay to a creditor. Right? So your answer should be equity increases by 50,000 because he is paying his personal cash. So we have to assume that since he pays his personal cash to a business creditor, means he has indirectly invested his personal cash for the business. He uses his personal cash in order to pay a business creditor, right? So in that case, we have to assume that his personal cash is indirectly invested to the business as capital. So in that case, the equity value increases by 50,000. And this is actually capital, right? Since a creditor is paid, the liabilities of the business should reduce by 50,000 rupees, right? So this liability is creditors. So this is your impact. You can simply think like this and write the transaction. Write the impacts. Write the impacts. Or you can assume using two steps and get the net impact and write the answer. Okay. හරිද මම තවත් ඉස්සර කරන්නම් ටිකක්. දැන් මෙතනදී හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න දැන් මෙතන වෙන්නේ අර කලින් කිව්වා වගේ ඕන තමන්ගේ පර්සනල් සල්ලි පාවිච්චි කරලා බිස්නස් එකේ ක්‍රෙඩිට් කෙනෙකුට ගෙවනවා. දැන් එහෙම වෙන්නේ සමහර වෙලාවට බිස්නස් එකේ සල්ලි නැතුව ඇති. හරි එතකොට ක්‍රෙඩිට් එකට ගෙවන පේමන්ට් එකත් අර්ජන්ට් නම් ඉක්මනටම ගෙවන්න තියෙනවා නම් තමන්ගේ පෞද්ගලික සල්ලි වියදම් කරලා හරි ඒ ක්‍රෙඩිටර්ට තියෙන ණය මුදල සෙටල් කරන්න වෙනවා. හැබැයි පුතා ඉතින් සිම්ප්ලි ඔයා හිතුවොතින් ඕන තමන්ගේ පෞද්ගලික සල්ලි ව්‍යාපාරයේ ක්‍රෙඩිට් කෙනෙකුට ගෙවන්න පාවිච්චි කරනවා කියන්නේ වක්‍රව ඉන්ඩිරෙක්ට්ලි මේ කියන්නේ මෙයා මේ සල්ලි ව්‍යාපාරය වෙනුවෙන් යෙදුවා කියන එක. හරි? මේ බිස්නස් එකට කැපිටල් විදිහට මේ සල්ලි ටික ආයෝජනය කළා හා සමානයි. ඒ නිසා තමයි අපි මෙතනදී equity ඇවිල්ලා increase කරලා පෙන්නන්නේ. මේ සල්ලි ව්‍යාපාරය වෙනුවෙන් යෙදුවපු නිසා. හරි එතකොට මේක capital. අනිත් පැත්තට මේ සල්ලි පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ business එකේ creditor කෙනෙකුට මුදල් ගෙවන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ liabilities business එකේ අඩු වෙන්න ඕනේ value එක. ඒ liability එක තමයි creditors. එimhe simply අරගෙනත් ගන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්නම් ඔයාලට මේ විදිහට analyze කරන්න පුළුවන්. පළවෙනි step එකේ මුදල් දානවා ව්‍යාපාරයට. ඊට පස්සේ ඒ මුදලින් business එකේ creditor ට සල්ලි ගෙවනවා කියලා ගන්නවා පුළුවන්. මම මේක ගත්තේ ඇත්තටම ඔයාගේ knowledge එකට නිකන් තේරුම් ගන්න පහසුවට. නමුත් මේක අර මම දෙවෙනුවට කියපු ක්‍රමයට නිකන් simply ගන්න පුළුවන්. Okay?
right. ඉතින් ඔන්න මම ඔයාලට කියා දීලා තියෙනවා transactions 22ක් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මේ 22කින් තමයි ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට මේ වගේ paper එකට එන්නේ. ඉතින් මතක තියාගන්න මේ accounting equation වල impacts අපේ MCQs වල අහනවා, case study එකේ අහනවා, ඒ වගේම accounting part එකෙත් අහනවා. Okay, I have taught you 22 transactions, the impacts of 22 transactions. So always revise what you have learned, right? And right now, let's take a look at another form of, another method actually, another method to show the impacts of transactions. This is actually method 1. The other one is, I call it method 2, and I'll show you how to do it. For this method, we use a table. Right, let's go to question. Right, let's get a question. Right, I took this question from your textbook. Let's read the question. Nihara started a business to repair computers. The following transactions are given to you for the first month of the business. Right, now these transactions happen in the first month of Nihara's business. Okay, right. Then we are supposed to show the impacts of these transactions on the accounting equation, on the basic accounting equation. Okay, right. Now in this case, we use the second method, right? Now, do you remember the first method that we used? Right, we write the accounting equation, then we show the impacts and the particular item name, right? Now here, the specialty is, for these items, you have to maintain a separate column, right? Now, can you see? There is a column for equipment. And also there is a column for fixed deposit, cash, right? Equity, only single column. Now, if you consider these things, equipment, fixed deposit, cash, these are actually assets. So in this method, what we do is, we maintain separate columns for each asset item in these transactions, right? And when it comes to equity, you don't divide equity into columns. You have only single column to represent equity. But again, for the liabilities, right, you have to maintain separate columns. Now in this business, Nihara's business, in these transactions, we have only one liability. So that is actually bank loan. So there is a separate column to show the bank loan value changes. Okay. So that's the difference between the first method and the second method. Right? In the first method, you don't have columns. You just write the item name and the change happens to the value. It can be an increase or a decrease, so plus this much or minus this much. But here, you have to maintain columns for asset items as well as liability items. And then in the column, you mention just the value. Can you see? Just the value. Right now, here you can see the answer. No? Imagine that there is no answer here. Right? Let me remove this. Right. Now, how do you draw this? How do you, draw this table? And how do you identify these columns? The asset items and the liability items. The liability items. Right. For this, the first thing that you have to do is, you need to go through the transactions and find out which asset items that you need and which liability items that you need. Okay. So that's the first step that you have to do in this second method. Right, now, if I ask you which method is more suitable or which method is the best, obviously it should be the first method, right? You know why? In the first method, you can easily, write the impacts, but in this method, the second method, you have to first of all identify the columns that you have to maintain in your table. So for you to identify these columns, it takes time. So therefore, the first method saves more time, especially at the exam, right? But sometimes in the exam, you are required to prepare your answer, show your answer according to this method. So in that case, no option, you have to follow this method. Right, anyhow, let's learn this method. Especially, you should know how to draw this table by saving time, right, by managing the time at the exam. So this is what you do. As I told you, the first step is go through each transaction and find out which asset items that you need and which liability items that you need. Okay, first transaction, invested 500,000 as capital. Right, now, do we need any asset item for this transaction? Obviously, you have to have cash, right? Because cash increases because of this transaction. And the other item is obviously equity, and equity we don't divide into columns. Then obtaining a bank loan. In this transaction, we know cash increases and the liability called bank loan increases. So we had to have bank loan as a liability item. Right. Next one, deposited this much in a fixed deposit. For this, you have to have cash and fixed deposit, right? So you have to have another asset item called fixed deposit. So FD means fixed deposit. Right. Next one, earned cash income, right, from computer repairs. Right, now this is an income, receipt of an income. This is actually sales of this business. Now this business engages in repairing computers. So by repairing computers, this business has earned an income. So this is, we call it sales income, right? And it's 60,000. So what are the two items that you need? Obviously cash needed, cash is needed. And then we have to have income impacts on equity. So equity we don't divide into columns. So that's it. Right, next one. Paid this much as monthly rent. Now this is an expense. Again, we have to have cash and equity. Do you remember? Right? Right. Then Nehara withdrew 20,000 from the business for her private use. Right, now this is drawings. Especially this is actually cash drawings. So we have to have cash and equity. Now, no, we don't divide equity into columns, say in drawings, income, expenses. No, right? Only we have a single column for equity, which is a good thing, right? Okay. Then next one, purchase equipment. Right, here we need to have equipment. Right, so far we have 3 asset items. Right, next, paid this much for telephone bill of the month. Right, this is an expense. That means we have to have cash, right, and equity. Then additional capital invested. Right, invested additional capital. Right, additional capital means again cash, right, and equity. Right. Right, now here remember, what is additional capital? This is actually further capital. Now let's say this business started on this day, right? So on the very first day, the owner, right, Nehara, should invest some cash amount to the business as capital. Right now, this capital is called actually initial capital. Right? Initial capital. So this capital is invested on the very first day, the starting date of the business, right? The first day of the business. And then if the capital is invested further, we can call it additional capital. So both are capital, right? So we have to have cash and equity. Then settle 20,000 of the bank loan, right? To settle a part of the bank loan, we have to have cash, and the other one is bank loan. Right, now you know all the columns that you have to maintain. So when you are given a question like this, if you are supposed to prepare this, show your answer using the second method, definitely you have to follow this step, right? First, you have to identify which columns that you need. For that, you need to go through the transactions. Okay, right. So here under assets, we have 3 columns, equity, and then for liabilities, we have 1 column. Right. So how many columns are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 columns we need, right? Okay. Now, which column that you're going to, draw first? For this, Puta, you have to follow this order. Okay. Next, you have to follow the order and, draw the columns. Right. Now, this is the order from left to right. Right. From left to right on your table. The first column that should be appeared is non-current asset columns. Now, do you have any non-current assets out of these assets? Obviously, yes, you have equipment, right? So your first column should be equipment, okay? Equipment, because this is a non-current asset. So first column goes to equipment, right? And then, do you have any other non-current assets here? Yes, actually, you need to consider fixed deposit asset as a non-current asset, because normally fixed deposits, actually it can be short-term asset, also it can be a long-term asset. But in our syllabus, we normally assume it as a non-current asset, right? But there are fixed deposits that are maintained for short period of time, like 1 month, 3 months, 6 months. Anyhow, let's assume that this is a non-current asset, because most of the time you are getting fixed deposit as a non-current asset under all our syllabus. Right, so we have to have the fixed deposit under non-current assets. So second column goes to fixed deposits or fixed deposit, right? Then according to your order, this is the order that you have to follow, right? Second place goes to any current assets. So under current assets, you have to follow this order, right? The order is, now if I talk about the order that you have to follow under non-current asset is, if you have land and building, it should be the first column. If you have motor vehicles, it should be the second column. Then the machinery, right? After that, equipment. And after that, if you have any investment like fixed deposit, you have to maintain this column, right? And then the current assets. The order of current asset is, current assets is the stock first, right? Remember, the stock should be first according to liquidity order, right? You will understand this order when you go to grade 11 and when you learn financial statements, right? If you are a grade 11 student, obviously you understand this. The stock should be presented first. Next, the debtors, right? Debtors, and then the cash. Right, now, we have one current asset in our, answer, right, in this question. That is actually cash. So third column goes to cash. Okay, and we don't have stock or debtors here, no stock or debtors, because this is a service oriented business. Can you see? This is a service providing business, right? It engages in repairing computers. They are not selling, they are not manufacturing goods and selling goods. They are offering a service. They means Nihara's business. Okay, right. Now, according to the order, the next category is equity. So fortunately, we don't have to divide equity into columns, right? So we keep just one single column. And then next we have to show the non-current liabilities. Again, fortunately, we have only one non-current liability, that is bank loan. So in this question, we have a bank loan. So what is our fourth column? It's equity. And the fifth column is bank loan. Right, here the spelling is wrong. It should be initial, initial, right? Initial capital and additional capital. Are we clear, right? So make sure to remember this order, right? You have to follow this order, then only it's your table becomes professional and according to the syllabus, according to the subject, right? හරි දැන් මෙතනදී අපි මතක තියාගන්න ඕනේ අපිට question paper එකේ ඇහුවොතින් accounting equation එකට වෙන impacts ලියන්න කියලා transactions දීලා අපි දැනගන්න ඕනේ මේක පෙන්වන්න methods දෙකක් තියෙනවා. එකක් තමයි අර මම කලින් විස්තර කරපු දේ. හරි එතනදී columns ගන්නෙ නැහැ. අපි කෙලින්ම accounting equation එක ලිව්වා. asset එකක් නම් change වෙන්නේ ඒ asset එකේ හරියටම item name එක ලියලා plus minus දාලා value එක ලියනවා. හැබැයි මේ method එකේදී අපි කරන්නේ ඒ item එකට column එකක් හදා ගන්නවා. කරලා column එක ඇතුලේ අපි ලියන්නේ value change එක විතරයි. plus minus දාලා value change එක විතරයි ලියන්නේ. හරි ඉතින් ඇත්තම කතාව තමයි මේ ලේසි ක්‍රමය පළවෙනි method එක. හේතුව මේ second method එකේ යනකොට ඔයා මුලින්ම පුතා දැනගෙන ඉන්න ඕනේ මොනවද ඕනේ columns කියන එක. මොනවද ඕනේ columns කියලා identify කරලා තමයි table එක අඳින්න ගන්න ඕනේ. ඒතර ඒකට සාමාන්‍ය වෙලාවක් යනවා. එතකොට exam එකකදී අපි දන්නවා හොඳටම අපි time manage කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒ වෙලාවේදී මේකට වෙලාව යනවා කියන්නේ එච්චර හොඳ දෙයක් නෙමෙයි. ඒ නිසා ඔයාලට method එකක් exam එකේ specify කරලා නැත්නම් අනිවාර්යෙන් first method එකේ answer එක පෙන්නන්න. Especially case study එකේදී මේක මේ ප්‍රශ්න අහනකොට අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් first method එක තමයි use කරන්නේ. Second paper එකේ accounting part එකේ සමහර වෙලාවට මේ method එකෙන් answer එක expect කරන අවස්ථා තියෙනවා. ඒ වෙලාවට ඒගොල්ලෝ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් table එකේ format එක පවා දෙනවා. හුඟක් වෙලාවට. නොදී කෙලින්ම requirement එකේ කියන්න පුළුවන් columns maintain කරලා table එකකින් මේකේ impacts පෙන්වන්න කියලා. එතකොට definitely ඉතින් මේ method එක ඔයා දැනගෙන ඉන්න ඕනේ. හරි. එතකොට පළවෙනි step එක අර මම කලින් කිව්වා වගේ columns ටික identify කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒකට ඔයා transactions ඔක්කොම කියවලා ඒ හැම transaction එකෙන්ම එන items දෙන්නව හොයාගන්න. හරි. දැන් අපි හොයලා තියෙන්නේ ඒක. ඊට පස්සේ එකපාරට table එක අඳින්න බෑ. ඔයා මේ table එක අඳින්න කලින් මේ table එකේ column present කරන order එකක් තියෙනවා. left to right. table එකේ left ඉඳන් right එකට යනකොට columns maintain වෙන order එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ order එක තමයි ඔන්න මම ඔයාලට මේ ලියලා තියෙන්නේ. හරි? එතකොට මුලින්ම පෙන්නන්නේ non current assets මේ order එකට තමයි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් පෙන්නන්න ඕනේ. land and building, motor vehicles, machinery, equipment and investment වලට තමයි fixed deposit එන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ current assets වල especially මෙතනදී order එක බලන්න ඕනේ අපි stock, debtors, cash. හරි ඊට පස්සේ equipment ඊට පස්සේ අපිට යන්න පුළුවන් non current liabilities වලට. right ඊට පස්සේ තියෙනවා නම් ඔන්න ඔයාට current liabilities මේ order එකේ පෙන්වන්න පුළුවන්. මොනවද current liabilities වලට එන examples? creditors, හරි creditors වගේ ගන්න පුළුවන්. right I forgot to mention Actually, the fifth category that should be presented on this table is current liabilities. But in this question, we don't have current liabilities. The examples for current liabilities are actually, in this case, probably creditors, right? So anyhow, in this question, we don't have any current liabilities. We have only one non-current liability. So this is the order. Once again, I recall you: non-current assets first, then current assets, then equity. After that, non-current liabilities, and finally, current liabilities. Right, now it's time to draw the table. Right, let's draw it. දැන් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ළමයි එක්සෑම් එකේ tables වගේ දේවල් අඳිනවා, ආපහු erase කරනවා, again අඳිනවා, erase කරනවා. එහෙම time එකක් අපිට exams වලදී නැහැ. හරි, ඒ නිසා අපි එකපාර මේක draw කරලා erase කරන්න නැති වෙන තැනට එකපාර මේක draw කරලා ගන්න ඕනේ table එක. Right? Right, now how many rows that you are going to keep for the height of your table? Obviously, first rule goes to mention the accounting equation. Second rule goes for the column names, to mention the asset item names, to mention the liability item names, right? Then, now how many transactions are there? There are 10 transactions. So you have to keep 10 more rules to mention the value changes of 10 transactions. Right? So that means you have to keep 10 rules. So how many rules? Up to here, it should be 12 rules, right? Because there are 2 rules here. Then 10 more rules means we have to keep 12 rules, right? So up to transactions, the impacts of transactions, you have to keep 12 rules. And remember, Buddha, you have to keep one more rule. This is your 13th rule. This is to mention the closing balance, right? You will understand what the closing balance is once we finish the question, right? Closing balance, right? I'll explain this. So to mention the closing balance, we have to have one more rule. So in this question, we have to have 13 rows for our table. So this is the exact height of your table, 13 rows, right? Now let's draw the table. Follow the steps that I take in order to draw this table. All right. So in that case, you will be able to draw the table properly without erasing it. Okay. Right. The first thing that you do is you draw the top line of the table. Right. So you have to have a ruler when drawing lines. So let me draw the top line. Okay. And then what you do is you draw the left line, right? That means the line on the left side of the table. For this, now when you're drawing this line, you have to, so keep your ruler and draw a line by counting 13 rows. 3, 6, 9, 12, and then I need one more rule, 13. Okay, right. Then you can draw the right line also, the line on the right side. Then you can draw the bottom line. Actually, we are confident that we need only 13 rows. Now, in case in the exam, if you are not confident with the exact height of the table, you should not draw the bottom line. Okay, you should not draw the bottom line. Right, now we have the grid, the closed grid, right? Now let's draw a column to mention the date of the transaction or the number of the transaction. Now in this question, we are given the date of the transaction. Can you see? They have mentioned 1 to 10 numbers here. So this is not a date, no. This is actually the date of the transaction. This is not the date of the transaction. This is just the number of the transaction. So we need to have a column to mention these numbers, right? If you are given a date, you have to have the date in this column, right? So I'm going to draw a column right? Not a big column, just to mention the numbers, no? So this much of a column, the first column to mention the number of the transaction, right? And then what I do is I draw the first row, right? Like this. Now don't go to the other side, this side, right? Start from here. Okay, like this. Now this is my first row. And again, I draw my second row, right? In the same way. The first row is to mention the accounting equation. Next row to mention the column names, right? Okay, now what you do is, now do you remember we found 5 columns in this question. Earlier we identified the columns by going through the transactions, right? So we need to divide this width into 5 equal columns. So roughly just mark 5 columns like this. Right? And then you can draw the lines. Right? When you draw the columns, you have to start from here. Can you see? Just leave the first row. From the second row only, you have to start drawing. Okay? So draw this line up to the bottom. Okay, now we have 5 columns. So let's label these columns now. Right. Now what's the first column? Do you remember, according to our order, we should place equipment here. Right? Next, fixed deposit. Do you remember? Fixed deposit. And then the cash column. Right. After that, equity. And finally, what's the last column? Do you remember? Bank loan. Right. The next step is you need to write the accounting equation, right? On the top line, on the top row, right? Now, consider this line. Now, what is this line? If I ask you to explain what this line is, how do you explain? This is actually the line that separates the left side of the equation and the right side of the equation. Now, our equation is assets equal equity plus liabilities, right? Now, this is our left side, right? And this is our right side, right? So, where do you place your equal mark of the equation? It should be exactly on top of this line, because these 3 items are assets, and this is equity and this is a liability, right? So exactly you have to place your equal mark over here, right? Okay, right. Then these 3 columns are assets, no? So in the middle, you can write assets and make sure to write the currency. Now the below values are in terms of Sri Lankan rupees. So you have to mention the currency, right? Rupees. And then on top of equity, you can write equity, because we don't divide equity into columns. So make sure to again place rupees. And then what is, this line? Exactly on top of this line, you can mention the plus sign of our equation, right? Plus sign of our equation. Okay, right? Because this is equity and this is liabilities, right? Right. So on top of bank loan, you have to mention liabilities. Here we have only one liability, but when it comes to the accounting equation, we normally write in plural. So liabilities and mention rupees. Okay. Right. And also we are going to do one more, step. Now, since equipment, fixed deposit, and cash are assets, we should show that we add these three assets by placing plus marks from the second item, right? That means for the fixed deposit, place plus mark. That means we add equipment and fixed deposit. And again, here you have to place a plus mark before the term cash to show that we add fixed deposit and cash. So here we add all these three asset items. And this line represents, the red line represents the equal mark. So this is equal to, no need to place equal here, to what? Equity plus liabilities. So in that case, before the bank loan, you have to place a plus mark. Okay. So like this, just put, plus marks, right? And then now we can show the impact of each transaction on the accounting equation, right? So on the first column, you can mention 0, 1 and show the impact, right? Invest in capital. So that means now you know the impacts. So I'm going to be quick now. Cash increases, that means plus how much? 500,000 rupees. And then equity increases. So again, 500,000 is plus, right? Second transaction impacts. Obtaining a bank loan, obviously we know that cash increases. Also, what? Bank loan, the liabilities increase by 200,000 rupees. Right. Third one, deposited this much in a fixed deposit account. Right. So this means opening a fixed deposit. So fixed deposit value increases by how much? 100,000 rupees. And cash value decreases by 100,000 rupees, right? Fourth one, earned cash income 60,000 rupees from computer sales. So this means cash value increases by 60,000. Now see here, the way I wrote 60,000 right after 100,000, right? You have to align your numbers when you write values, okay? Right, and what happens? Income leads to increase equity. So equity should be plus 60,000. Okay, right. Fifth transaction, paid this much as monthly rent. Right, now this is a payment of expense. So we know that payment of expense leads to decrease cash, also decrease equity, right? So by how much? 10,000. So under cash, you have to say, you have to write minus 10,000. Even under equity, you have to write minus 10,000 like this. And then the sixth transaction, Nehara withdrew this much from the business for her personal use. This is a cash drawing. So what happens because of a cash drawing? The cash decreases by 1,000 and equity decreases by 20,000 rupees. Okay, right. Next, purchase equipment. So in this case, the value of equipment increases by 100,000 rupees. Right, now make sure to write on the correct line, right? This is 7th line, plus 100,000. And to purchase this equipment, the business has to make a cash payment. In that case, cash decreases 100,000 rupees. Always align your numbers when you write the values, right? Eighth transaction, Nehara, not that. Eighth one is paid 5,000 of the bank telephone bill of the month. Okay. So this is payment of an expense. So this leads to decrease cash by 5,000 as well as decrease equity by 5,000. Right? Align your numbers. Okay. Right. The next item, next transaction is Nehara invested additional capital of 50,000. So similar impact of investment of capital. That means cash increases by 50,000 rupees. Okay. And equity increased by 50,000 rupees. Okay. Right. The last transaction settled 20,000 of the bank loan. Right, this is a settlement of the bank loan, part of the bank loan, that is 20,000 rupees. So it is a cash payment. So in that case, cash reduces by 20,000 rupees. And the bank loan also, the value of the bank loan also reduces by 20,000 rupees. Okay, right, that's it. Now we can show the closing balance. Right, closing balance here, right, over here. And then Puta, take the final value, the net value of each column. So this is called closing balance. Right now, they say that on the first month of this business, right, Nehara's business, these transactions took place. So this is actually the closing balance meaning here is the final values of each item, each asset item, the equity value and the liability items in this business as at the end of the month. That means, let's say if this is January, as at 31st of January. So if it is February, let's say as at 28th of February or 29th of February. If it is March, as at 31st of March. Right? Month end final values of each items. Okay. Right. So if you consider the equipment, you have only 100,000. Right. So use your maths knowledge and just simplify. Right. Even fixed deposit 100,000. So this means at the month end, there is equipment worth of 100,000 rupees in Nehara's business. There is a fixed deposit worth of 100,000 at the end of the month. Okay, now what about the closing balance of cash? Now this is the difficult part. You have a lot of numbers here, right? So somehow let's simplify this using your maths knowledge, right? Now let me help you. Look at the first figure, plus 500,000. For this, you have to add another 200,000. Forget about the last three zeros. Just concentrate 500,000 now, right? 500,000 plus 200,000, 700,000. Minus 100,000 means 600,000. Plus 60 means 660,000, right? Then minus 10 means 650. Minus 20 means 630. Again, minus 100 means 530. Minus 5 is, right, 525. Plus 50 means 575. Again, minus 20 means 555. Right, your answer should be 555,000 rupees. Okay. Now don't put any sign here for the value. I'll tell you what to do, right, later on. Right, then get the equity value, right, again 2 by 2. Just try to simplify. Here we should have 0. Right, 500 plus 60, 560. Minus 10, 550. Minus 20, 530. Minus 5, 525. Plus 50, 575,000. Right? Right, now what's the meaning of this value, 555,000? This means at the end of this month, right, Nihara has cash of 555,000 rupees. And what about this value? At the month end, Nihara has equity of, right, 575,000 rupees. So this much of equity belongs to Nihara at the end of the month. Okay. And what about the bank loan value now? Plus 200 minus 20 means 180,000. Okay. Right. Now, actually, you can check whether your answer is correct or not by doing this step. And this step you should not show in your exam paper. It is actually not required, right? But for your understanding, I'm just showing you, right? Now, if you add these three figures, what are these figures? These are the closing balances of each equity item, right? That means if you add these three figures, you get what? The total assets, right? Right? So if you add these three figures, what you get? 755,000, right? Right. Now this is the left side of the accounting equation. Okay. And then if you add these two figures, equity balance and the liability balance, right? What do you get? Do you get the same value? Check and see. Yes, you get the same value, right? So what's the meaning here? Our accounting equation balances at the month end, right? Okay, right? So that's the meaning. So you can check whether your answer is correct or not by doing this step. And no need to show this in the exam paper. This is for your understanding only. Right. So one more thing that I have to do, that is actually placing plus signs. Now, do you remember we put a plus mark before fixed deposit and before cash? Similarly, you have to put plus mark before the cash value and before the fixed deposit value. The meaning here is you just add these three together. That's the meaning, to show the left side of the accounting equation. And similarly, you had to put a plus mark here, right? To add to show that you are adding the equity value and the bank loan value or the liability values, right? That is to show the right side of the accounting equation. And if you want just for the closing balance, it's better we can put our equal mark like this. So this is actually, these pluses are to denote our accounting equation, right? But here the plus signs mean, the meaning of plus signs is to show the increase of the value. The minus value, the minus sign meaning is to show the decrease of the value. Okay, so don't get confused. This plus is a different one. This is actually our accounting equation signs. Okay, right. So that's all. This is your final answer, right? So this is how you show the impacts of transactions on the basic accounting equation using the second method, right? Using the second method. Right. මම ටක් ගාලා සිංහලත් මික්ස් කරලා දැන් බ්‍රීෆ් කරන්නම් මේ කරපු දේ. පුතා මේ තියෙන second method එක accounting equation එකට transactions වල වෙන impact එක පෙන්නන. හරි? එතකොට දැන් කලින් එකේ මේකේ ලොකු වෙනසක් තියෙනවා ඔයාලට පේනවා ඇති. කලින් method එකේ අපි කරන්නේ basically accounting equation එක ලියලා item name එකයි value එකේ change එක plus නැත්නම් minus sign එක පාවිච්චි කරලා පෙන්නන එක. හැබැයි මෙතනදී item name එක separately හැම transaction එකකටම ලියාගෙන යන්නේ නැතුව ඒ item එකට column එකක් maintain කරනවා. හරි, දැන් එතකොට ඒ මුලින්ම කරන්න ඕනේ මේ method එකෙන් ඔයා answer කරනවා නම් මුලින්ම කරන්න ඕනේ දේ තමයි මේ items ටික අඳුර ගන්න එක. ඒකට අපි කලින් කතා කරා වගේ transactions go through කරලා items ටික අඳුර ගන්න ඕනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ asset items මොනවද තියෙන්නේ සහ liability items මොනවද තියෙන්නේ කියන එක. හොඳ වෙලාවට ඔන්න equity columns වලට divide කරන්නේ නැහැ. equity කියලාම තමයි ගන්න. හරි ඊට පස්සේ තියෙන්නේ ටක් ගාලා table එක අඳින වැඩේ. ඉතින් ඒක චුට්ටක් සැරින් සැරේ මකන්නයි අඳින්නයි යන්නේ නැතුව එකපාර මේක practice කරලා හරියට table එක අඳින්න ඕනේ. ඒතර මම ඔයාලට කියා දුන්නු flow එකට මේ table එක අඳින්න. ඒතර මෙතනදී හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න ඕනේ table එක අඳිනකොට මේ columns අපිට කැමති විදිහට table එකේ පෙන්වන්න බෑ. මුලින්ම non current assets වෙන්න ඕනේ. හරි මේ දෙන්න non current assets. ඊට පස්සේ current assets පෙන්වන්න ඕනේ left to right. හරි. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි equity එන්නේ right. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි liabilities එන්නේ. liabilities වලත් මුලින් පෙන්වන්නේ non current liability ඊට පස්සේ current liability. මේ question එකේ current liabilities තිබුණේ නැහැ අපිට. හරි. එතකොට දැන් මේ table එකේ height එක හරියට අඳුනගෙන එකපාර මේක draw කරනකොට අපිට අදින්නයි මකන්නයි එහෙම time waste කරන්න අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒකදී හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න දැන් table එකේ මේ top line එක ඇඳලා පස්සේ left line එක අදිනකොට හරියටම මේකේ height එකට line එක ඇඳනනම් හරි. ඉතින් rules තීරණය කරනකොට අපිට පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන් trick එක තමයි අනිවාර්යෙන් පළවෙනි rule තියන්න ඕනේ accounting equation එක ලියන්න. දෙවෙනි rule තියන්න වෙනවා items වල names label කරන්න names ලියන්න. ඊට පස්සේ transaction amount එක මේකට එකතු කරන්න ඕනේ. transaction මෙතන 10ක් තියෙනවා නම් ඔන්න rule 10ක් එකතු වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ වෙනකොට අපිට rule 12ක් යනවා. සහ අන්තිම rule තියන්න ඕනේ අපි closing balance එක mention කරන්න. හරි closing balance එක කියන්නේ මොකද්ද කියලා ඔයාලට දැන් තේරෙන්නේ නැති. right closing balance එක කියන්නේ මෙහෙම impacts පෙන්වුවාට පස්සේ මාසයේ අවසානයේ මේක මාසය හරි මොකක් හරි ඔයාලට period එකක් දෙයි සමහරට week එකක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ exact period එක end වෙනකොට තියෙන final values. ඒ උදාහරණයක් මෙතන 555,000 rupees කියන එකේ තේරුම නිහාරට මේ මාසයේ ඉවර වෙනකොට මුදලින් රුපියල් 55,000ක් මේ business එකේ තියෙනවා අතේ. cash in hand balance. හරි. ඒ වගේම නිහාරට තියෙනවා මේ මාසයේ ඉවර වෙනකොට 1,80,000ක 180,000 rupees bank loan එකක් තියෙනවා settle කරන්න. හරි ඒක තමයි meaning එක. එතකොට මාසයක් අවසානයේ business එකක asset වලයි liabilities වලයි equity වලයි final values අපිට හොයාගන්න පුළුවන්. මේ table එක පාවිච්චි කරලා. okay තව දෙයක් මේ මෙතන අපි දාපු plus signs ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් ඔලුවට ගන්න. මෙතන ඇත්තට පෙන්නන්නේ assets තුන් දෙනා එකතු වෙනවා කියන්න තමයි මේ plus එක දාන්නේ. values වලත් එහෙමයි මෙතෙන්ට plus එක දැම්මේ මේ assets තුන් දෙනා එකට එකතු වෙනවා කියන meaning එක පෙන්නන්න. ඒතර equity වලට liabilities එකතු වෙනවා කියන්න තමයි මෙන්න මෙතන plus එක දාන්නේ. හරි මේ තියෙන්නේ එතකොට right side of the accounting equation. මේ තියෙන්නේ left එක. ඒතර මේ දෙන්නගේ values එකතු කරාම separately left එකේ right එකේ values වෙන වෙනම එකතු කරාම ඔයාලට තේරෙයි මේ values දෙන්න හරියටම tally වෙනවා නැත්නම් සමාන වෙනවා. හේතුව අපේ accounting equation එක හැම වෙලාවෙම balance වෙන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම values සමාන වෙනකොට අපිට තීරණය කරන්න පුළුවන් අපේ ආන්සර් එක හරි කියලා. Okay? Right. So let's do another question for you to understand better. Okay, let's take a look at another example from your textbook. Right. This example is about a business and they have given some transactions. So these are the amounts available as at the first day of July of Ruanti's business. Motor vehicles worth of 500,000 rupees. Stock worth of 200,000 rupees. Cash 100,000 rupees. And there is a bank loan of 200,000 rupees. Creditors worth of 100,000 rupees. And capital worth of 500,000 rupees. Right? So what are these? These are opening balances. Okay. So can you see here you have asset balances and also liability balances, as well as you are given the capital balance. That means it's an equity balance. Okay. So let me write, this is an asset. This is also an asset. Cash is an asset. Bank loan is a liability. Creditors are liabilities. Capital means equity. Okay. Right. Then it says the following transactions occurred in July 20XX. So this means these transactions, these below, how many transactions? 10 transactions happened during the month of July. Okay. So this, as I told you, the specialty in this question is you're given opening balances. Now, if you compare the previous question, do you remember now in the previous example, there was no close, the opening balances. There were no opening balances, right? And you're just given, you were given only, transactions. Right. Now, if you're given opening balances like this, you should have a separate row to mention the values of these opening balances. Okay. So make sure to have one more row in your table. So you have to draw the exact similar table with one extra row. Now, definitely, we have to have a separate column for each item mentioned under opening balances. That means we have to have a motor vehicles column, right? A stock column, cash column, bank loan column, also creditors column, and capital means equity. So equity column, okay? Okay, but you have to check whether you get a new item from the below transactions. Let's say you have a transaction saying purchase furniture. So that means you have to have a column for furniture. There is no transaction like this. Anyhow, you need to go through these transactions and check, right? Now, for example, first one is capital introduction. This means we have to have equity and cash. Right, in the opening balances, we have these two items. Then payment of bank loan installment means we have to have the cash column, bank loan column, and also equity column. Now you have learned these things, right? So purchase goods on credit basis means you have to have the stock column and the creditors column, right? Then Honors gave 200,000 rupees worth of his private motor bicycle to the business means now motor bicycle is a motor vehicle. So in this case, we have to have the column motor vehicles, also the equity column, right? Capital, right? And then sold goods which cost 100,000 at 150,000 on credit. Right. Now, for this transaction, what are the columns do you need? You have to have the stock column, right? And this is sold on credit basis means you should have the debtors column. Now, look here. Do you have a debtors opening balance? No, right? So this is a new column, right? So that's why I told you. Now, some students just take, columns for these opening balances items only. So remember, definitely you have to have, separate columns for these opening balances. And also you have to check by going through all the transactions below to make sure that you have a new column or not, right? So here we found a new column that is debtors, okay? And then paid insurance means we have to have cash and equity column. Received 70,000 from debtors means we have to have cash and debtors column. Then paid this much from the business for the electricity bill of owner's house means equity and cash. Received sales commission income means again equity and cash. Right. So we have found all the columns that we need. Then what you have to do is you have to arrange the order. the order that you're going to present these columns in your table, right? So do you remember the order that I taught you, right? First, you have to show the non-current assets. In this list, we have a non-current asset. So motor vehicles is our first column. Okay. And then you should show the current assets. First current asset that you show is stock. So this is our second one. Then the debtors. So here we have debtors. And then only we show the cash, right? And then the fifth column is our equity column. Okay. And sixth column is the non-current liability, which is bank loan. And last column, seventh column, goes to the current liability. This is creditors. So here is our columns. Now you can straight away draw your table. So when you draw the tables, how many rows you are going to use now? What's the height of your table? Obviously, first rule is to mention the accounting equation. Right? Second row is to mention, remember, the items, right? The names of the items, asset items and liability items and equity. So the third column, this is your new column, right? If you compare with the previous question, this is your extra new column. And this is to mention the opening balances, okay? Opening balances. And then you have to have 10 rows for the 10 transactions over here, right? So if you have 10 rows here, you get 13 rows. And 14th rule is to mention the closing balances. Okay. So how many rows you are going to use? 14 rows for the table. Now you can simply, draw your table. The top line, the left line, by counting 14 rows, then make the grid, right? Close the, just close it. And then you have to leave the first, the column, right? That is to mention the transaction number and, words like opening balance and the closing balance. Then the first row, it is to mention the accounting equation. Second row, to mention the names of the items. Third row, to mention the opening balances, right? So in this case, you can, draw the row like this and write here opening balances, right? And then 10 transactions and their effects. I mean, the effects of 10 transactions. And finally, final row is to mention the closing balances, right? That's it. And also remember, so when you draw the columns, you have to start with the second row, right? How many columns you are going to need? 7 columns. Okay, so you need to draw 7 columns over here. Now I'll explain the complete answer with the textbook answer, because now you know how to draw this and the way you approach this question. So I'm going to just discuss the answers with the textbook answers. Okay. Okay, now you should learn the other way around. What's the other way around? That means if you're given the impacts, you should be able to identify the transaction. And you need to write the transaction. Okay. Right. So I took this example again from your textbook. So let's go through this example. The following accounting equation of Aloka's business shows the impacts of transactions occurred in January, right? So can you see, they have given you the impacts, right? And there is a special note here. The owner has not made drawings in the month, right? And then now the question is, identify the transactions and write the transactions. Right now here, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 transactions. Actually, these are impacts of the 7 transactions. So by looking at the impacts, you should be able to identify the transaction. Then you need to write the transaction. Okay, right. Now let's take the first transaction. Now what's the date? This is actually, now the month is January. So this should be actually 3rd of January. Now this date format is written in Sinhala form. When we convert into English form, it should be 3rd of January. I mean, the date comes first, next only you get the month, right? Here also 7th of January. Okay, right. So now on 3rd of January, look at the impacts. You can see 3 impacts, right? There are 3 value changes of what? The stock, then cash, and also creditors. Okay. Now, if you consider the stock value, what has happened to the stock value? It has been increased. What has happened to the cash value? It has been decreased. Then what has happened to the creditors value? It has been increased. Now, this sounds like a weird transaction, right? So here you have a learning point, right? You should note this down. Now, how do you explain this transaction? Obviously, the stock value increases when the business purchases stock. Now, is it a cash purchase or a credit purchase now? You have cash value change as well as creditors value change. Now, what should be the transaction? Right now, I'll show you the answers from the textbook. Now, this is how you should write the transaction, right? You should say that the business purchased, okay? And this is using, 2 ways. On cash basis as well as credit basis. We know when the business purchases stock on credit basis, the creditors arise in the business. Okay, so here this is how you write it: purchase goods or stock of goods, right? At how much? 100,000 on cash basis, right? That's why the cash has been decreased by 100,000, and at 100,000 on credit basis. Okay, so this is a different transaction. You should pay your attention here. Okay, right. Now the next one. Look at the impacts. Minus 20,000 under cash and minus 20,000 under equity. Right, now for this, remember, you can have this note. Right, if cash decreases and at the same time if equity decreases, that means this has to be either a cash drawing, okay? It has to be cash drawings or an X, okay? So it says here the owner has not made drawings in the month. So you can't go for cash drawings. You have to write this transaction as an expense. Now, look at how it is written. You have to say, paid this much of. Actually, now you can't say just expense here. You need to be precise and write a particular expense name, right? Let's say electricity charges. Just write a specific expense here rather than writing the common word. Okay, right. Now, for you to write a transaction properly, follow this step. Right now, normally in English, what's the the sentence pattern that you follow when you write a sentence? It should be subject, verb, and object. Now, in active voice, for you to write an English sentence, you normally follow this sentence pattern, right? Right. Now, when you have to write a transaction, probably in most of transactions, you don't use the subject, right? You use the verb first, right? Because normally you drop the subject and then you write the object. Now, for example, if you write the January 7th transaction, the verb is paid, right? That's the verb in past tense. You can write it in past tense. Or you can write as a noun like payment of, right? But it's better if you use the verb and convert into the past tense. So this is paying an expense. So you can write paid. The verb is pay. In the past tense, it's paid. Then now what is paid? It is actually 20,000 rupees electricity charges. Or you can say electricity charges of 20,000 rupees. Okay. So object is the electricity charges of 20,000 rupees. Okay. Right. Now look at the next transaction. Right. Again, we have 3 impacts. Right. Let's take a look at these impacts carefully. Right. Here you have cash minus. Cash value has been decreased. And equity value also has been decreased. Then the bank loan value again, it has been decreased. So do you remember if now cash is an asset, this is equity, bank loan is a liability. Now can you remember I told that if all 3 items, all 3 elements in the accounting equation decrease, that means it's the payment of a bank loan installment, including interest, right? Now, this is the bank loan installment amount, right? This figure under equity is the bank loan interest. And this is actually the part of the bank loan, right? So you can write like this, paid 60,000 of bank loan installment, or you can say paid bank loan installment of 60,000 rupees, including, you have to write this word, including, what's the interest amount? 10,000. 10,000 rupees as the interest. Okay. So this is how you write the transaction. So this is our verb. Paid is our verb. Okay. Paid is our verb. And this is our object, bank loan installment. And other words are the, extra words, the other words that we have to write in order to give the full meaning of the transaction. Okay. Right. Now next transaction. Again, there are 3 impacts. Okay. Let's see. Stock minus, debtors plus. If stock is minus, if it is reduced means it has to be a sale of stock. And debtors increased, right? Debtors has been increased means it has to be a sale on credit, right? And anyhow, the equity also has been increased by 100,000. So this must be the profit. So do you remember the way you write a transaction when there is a profit as a result, right? This is how you write it. Sold. Now this is our verb in the past tense. Next you have to write the object. So what the business sold? Goods, or you can say stock of goods, which cost 200,000 rupees. Now this is the value of the stock, right? At 300,000 rupees. Now this is the sale amount, right? The price at which the stock is sold, right? And then you have to definitely use these words on credit or on credit basis, right? Okay, now next one. Cash increase and cash increases here, and also equity increases. So what's this transaction? This can be, this can be two transactions. It can be actually when cash increases and when equity also increases. There are two possibilities. One possibility is this has to be a capital introduction by cash, right? A capital introduction by cash, okay? Or it can be what? A receipt of what? A receipt of income, right? A receipt of income. So by looking at the figure also, you should be able to, write a suitable transaction. Now, this is a huge amount, 300,000. So rather than saying a receipt of an income, it's better to say as, introduction of capital. Right now, this is in the, middle of a month. And this is not the very first month of this Aloka's business. How do you say so? Because you are given the opening balances, right? So this is not the very first month of this business. So definitely when you write introduction of capital, you have to use this word additional capital. Okay? It's a definite word to write. Don't say just capital, you have to write invested. Now this is our verb in the past tense. The object is actually the money amount, 300,000 rupees as additional capital. If you want, you can say to the business, right? Okay. Then the next day, January 21st, you have to, mention the date also, like when you write the transaction. Okay. What is the impacts? What are the impacts? Let's see. Cash minus and creditors also minus. Now this has to be definitely a payment to a creditor. So you can say paid. That's the verb in past tense. What's the object? It's a money amount, right? It's 100,000 rupees. To whom? To creditors, or you can say to a creditor. It's okay, right? You can say to a creditor. Right. Then on 25th of January, what's the impact? What are the impacts? Debtors decrease. Also, cash increases. Right. So, what's the possible transaction? It has to be definitely receiving money from a debtor. So, you can say received. This is the verb in the past tense, right? Verb is received. So, in the past tense, it has to be received. So, how much? This is the object, the money amount, 400,000 rupees from whom? Right? From a debtor, or you can say debtors in plural, right? So now compare and study these two. Paid this much to a creditor or creditors and received this much from a debtor or debtors. Are we clear? Right. So make sure to, pay your attention to this transaction, the very first transaction, right? January 3rd transaction. Right. ඉතින් දැන් මෙතනදී අපි කරේ පුතා දැන් අපිට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් usual විදිහ තමයි අපිට කියනවා impacts show the impacts of following transactions කියලා ඔයාලට transactions ටික දෙනවා ඔයාලට තියෙන්නේ accounting equation එක first method එකට හරි second method එකට හරි impacts ටික පෙන්වන්න තියෙන්නේ දීලා තියෙන transactions වල. හැබැයි මේකේ අනිත් පැත්තත් අපිට question papers වල එනවා. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් O levels වල ගොඩක් වෙලාවට එක අවුරුද්දක transactions ටික දීලා impacts අහනවා. ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට පැටර්න් එකක් තිබ්බ ඇත්තට 2016 ඉඳන් නම් පැටර්න් එකක් තිබ්බ ඊට පස්සේ ඒක චුට්ටක් වෙනස් වෙලා දැන් මම හිතන්නේ කොහොම හරි මේක හරි යූෂුවල් පැටර්න් එකක් අර ඉම්පැක්ට්ස් පෙන්නනවා වගේම ඊට පස්සේ ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ අහන්නේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට O levels වලදී ඇහුවා ඒ කියන්නේ ඉම්පැක්ට්ස් දීලා ට්‍රාන්සැක්ෂන් එක ලියන්න කියන එක. ඒතර අනිවාර්යෙන් දැනගන්න ඕනේ ට්‍රාන්සැක්ෂන් එකක් ලියනකොට දැන් ඉංග්‍රීසි වල විදිහට නම් මුලින්ම සබ්ජෙක්ට් එක ඊට පස්සේ verb එක ඊට පස්සේ ඔබ්ජෙක්ට් එක. හරි. ඒතර ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අපි transactions ලියනකොට subject එක ලොකුට ලියන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි මට කියන්න බැරි වුණා කලින් ඉංග්‍රීසි වලින් subject එක අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ලියනවා මේ transaction දෙන්නට විතරයි. හරි. එකක් තමයි capital introduction එක. අනිත් එක තමයි drawings. මෙතනදී අපිට subject එක විදිහට පුතා ඕනම පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන් ඕන කියන word එක use කරන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද මේ transaction දෙන්න definitely කරන්නේ ඕන නිසා. දැන් මෙතන උනත් ඔයාලට කියන්න පුළුවන් ඕන invested this much. දැන් මෙතන drawing එකක් නැහැ. drawing එකක් තියෙනවා නම් ඔයාලට කියන්න පුළුවන් ඕන withdrew blah blah blah. right? ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් මතක තියාගන්න. ඉතින් මම අර කලින් කිව්වා වගේ හරි famous questions දෙන්න තමයි එකක් transactions දීලා අපිට impacts පෙන්වන්න කියන එක. දෙවෙනි එක තමයි impacts අපිට දීලා අපිට ලියන්න තියෙනවා transactions. අපිට කියන්නේ ඉතින් ඔයාලට. හරි? right. එතකොට ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අර O levels වල උනේ එක අවුරුද්දක මේ පළවෙනි question එක එනවා ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ මේක එනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ආපහු පළවෙනි එක එනවා. ඔහොම පොඩි pattern එකක් තිබ්බා. දැන් ඉතින් ඉස්සරහට ওই patterns වෙනස් කරනවා. කොහොම හරි මේ දෙන තමයි famous මේ question forms දෙක. ඉතින් ඒ වෙලාවේදී හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න transaction එකක් ලියනකොට මේ pattern එක use කරන්න. plus ඔයාලට හොඳම දේ තමයි verb එක past tense වලට හරවලා ලියන එක. මේක noun එකක් විදිහට ලියන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් උදාහරණයක් මෙතන ලියන්න පුළුවන් purchase of goods. හරි? මෙතන payment නැත්නම් paying ing form එක දාලා ඒ කියන්නේ ing දාලා ලියන්නත් පුළුවන්. හරි? ඉතින් නමුත් හොඳම දේ ඔයාලට ලේසියෙන් වැඩේ කරන්න නම් verb එක past tense වලට හරවලා ලියන එක තමයි ලේසිම දේ. Okay? Right. So remember, when you want to write the transactions, normally we drop the subject, but we normally use the subject as owner if there is a capital introduction or a drawing. Right? If there are any drawings or capital introductions, you can use the word owner as the subject. Okay, as the subject. So remember that even here now on this day, you can say rather than just saying invested this much, you can say precisely owner invested 300,000 to the 300,000 as capital to the business. Okay, and also you can write drawings by using the word owner as a subject. For example, owner withdrew whatever amount from the business for his personal use. Right? So I just told you a cash drawing. Okay, fine, that's it. Okay, students, now we are going to learn the next subtopic, situations that change the equity. Right. Now, do you remember this is one of the accounting elements? We have 5 accounting elements and equity is one of the elements. Right. So what are the situations that change the equity? That means what are the transactions, right, that lead to change the value of equity, right? Change means, can you remember? It can be an increase or a decrease of what? Of the value of equity, right? Okay, now already you have learned this, right? So remember this theory, okay? Now E means equity here, right? So up arrow means equity increases, right? Because of which items? Because of capital. Can you tell me another item? Because of income, right? Because of an income. So because of capital and income, the equity value increases. What is equity? It's the total, or let's say it's the value of assets belongs to the owner of the business. Okay. So what's the opposite now? The value of equity decreases because of these two items. It should be the opposites of capital and income. So what's the opposite of capital? It is drawings. Can you remember about drawings? Now you know the transactions and you know the impacts of these transactions on the accounting equation. Can you remember there were two types of drawings? Cash drawings and stock drawings. Okay. So what do you mean by drawings? The owner withdraws business cash or any other asset like stock, mainly stock, for his personal use. Okay, for his personal use. And what's the opposite of income? It should be expenses. So remember, Puta, this theory, the value of equity increases because of capital and income. It decreases because of drawings and expenses. Okay. And also remember, now we know the result of income and expenses is called profit or loss. So if there is a profit, okay, I'll write this within brackets because this is a result of income and expenses. So because of profit, definitely the value of equity increases. Now, do you remember we actually wrote some transactions, impacts of transactions, where we, had some, had profit. And what we did was we added that profit amount to the equity value, right? That means we showed that the equity value increases because of profit. Can you remember the transactions that were resulted in a profit, right? Okay, so similarly, losses, the loss leads to decreased equity. So mainly these are the items, main items, okay? And this is, a result. Okay, now let me give you a, simple example. Let's take it from your textbook. Right, before that, I'll explain in Sinhala also. I mean, with the mix of Sinhala, right? හරි දැන් මෙතන අපි කතා කරන්න යන්නේ අපි දන්නවා ඕනට අයිති assets ප්‍රමාණයට කියන්නේ පුතා equity කියලා. හරි? එතකොට equity increase වෙන්නත් පුළුවන් decrease වෙන්නත් පුළුවන් transactions නිසා. සමහර transactions වලින් equity increase කරනවා, සමහර transaction වලින් equity decrease කරනවා. එතකොට equity increase කරන items තමා capital ඒ වගේම income. දැන් උදාහරණයක් ඕන business එකට capital introduce කරනවා නම් ඒ business එකේ equity value එක increase වෙනවා. ඕන business එකෙන් right ඕන business එකෙන් drawings කරනවා නම් business එකේ තියෙන cash හරි stock හරි එයාගේ පෞද්ගලික ප්‍රයෝජනයට ගෙනියනවා නම් ඔන්න එයාට තියෙන දේ business එකේ එයාට තියෙන assets ප්‍රමාණය අඩු වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ equity අඩු වෙනවා. right? ඒ කියන්නේ value එක මේ අපි කතා කරන්නේ. හරි? value of equity. value of equity. Okay? Right. So similarly අර මේ income වලින් ව්‍යාපාරයට ආදායමක් එනවා නම් equity වැඩි වෙනවා. ව්‍යාපාරයේ වෙන වියදම් නිසාවෙන් equity අඩු වෙනවා. ඔයාලට මතක ඇති අපි transaction ජාති දෙකක් කළා. මේ impacts අපි ලිව්වා. ඒ transaction වල තිබ්බා මේ result එකක් විදිහට profit එකක් එනවා. දැන් අපි හිතමු 60000කට 60000 rupees වලට stock එක අරන් අපි විකුණනවා 100,000 වලට. හරි එක්ක cash basis එහෙම නැත්නම් credit basis. ඒතර අපිට ලැබෙනවා 40000ක නැත්නම් 40,000 rupees profit එකක්. ඒතර මේ profit එක නිසා පුතා equity value එක increase වෙනවා. ඒතර ඔයාලට මතක ඇති මේ profit value එක අපි equity column එකේ ලියලා plus කරලා equity increase කරලා පෙන්නනවා. Okay? ඉතින් ඒ නිසා result එකක් විදිහට දැන් income expenses වල result එක තමයි පුතා profit එක එහෙම නැත්නම් loss එක. එතකොට profit එකක් නිසා equity increase කරනවා loss එකක් නිසා equity decrease වෙනවා. Okay? ඒකත් ඉතින් අපි මතක තියාගන්න. එතකොට මේක theory එකක් වගේ ඔයා මේක ලියා ගන්න note කරගන්න නැත්නම් short note එකක් හදාගන්න කරලා පාඩම් කරගන්න. Okay? Right. ඉතින් අපි දැන් textbook එකේ තියෙනවා there is a good example, so let's go through that example, and also I will provide you some more examples. Okay, right. Now let's take the example from your textbook. Right, now let's go through this. It says following are some details of Binuri Enterprises for the year 20XX. Capital value is this much, then there are expenses for the year, income for the year. These are totals of expenses and income. And also cash invested by the owner on 30th June. Right, now you tell me, what do you call this, just give me 2 words to explain this sentence or the statement. What are the 2 words that you use? You can call this what? Additional capital. Do you remember I explained this earlier? Additional capital. Okay, amatara prakthanaya. Additional capital. Now this is initial capital, right? So this is actually additional capital because this amount, this cash amount is invested by the owner on 30th of June. So this is like middle of the year, right? Right, during the year, right? So this is extra capital. So you call it additional capital. Right, now with these items, if you are asked to calculate the owner's equity, we have to put a comma here. So if I ask you to calculate the owner's equity, how do you do it? Of course, you can see the answer, but let me explain you. First, what you do is you need to identify the items that lead to increase equity, and then the items that decrease equity. So you can, note like this, put a note like this. Now, if you take capital, we know that according to this theory, capital increases equity. Right, so it increases, and then expenses decrease equity, so we can put a minus sign here, and income again increases the equity value, right? What about additional capital? Obviously this is capital now, so this will increase equity, right? Okay, so then what you do is very simple thing. You need to add the items that increase equity. And from that total, you need to deduct the items that decrease equity. Here we have only one item, that is expenses. Okay. All right. So simple thing. Now, like the textbook, you can write the capital is this much. Let's put rupees on top. Make sure to always write the currency. Now you don't have to write everywhere in front of each figure rupees value, right? You can just put rupee value on top. So that means this value applies to every figure below, right? So capital is this much, then income is this, and additional capital is this. Then you have to add these 3 figures, right? So no need to put plus mark like in maths, right? No need to do it. Anyhow, if you add these 3 figures, that actually lead to increased equity, you get 688,120. So this is the total of items that increases the equity value. Okay. And then from this, you need to deduct, right, the expenses. We have only one item that reduces the equity value, and it is expenses. So you can write expenses and this much, right? And in accounting, we normally put brackets when we deduct figures. So you have to put the brackets. And then you can arrive at your answer, and you can put double lines for your answer. This is your final answer, and you have to, name the answer. Same honors. Again, there should be an apostrophe mark here. Honors equity as at 31st of December 20XX. So this is how they, require the answer. Honors equity can be calculated as at 31st of December. Now, 31st of December means the year end. Let's say if this year is 2021, so this is 31st of December 21. Okay. So here we can easily calculate the value of equity. So this is actually calculation of equity. Now you should be able to calculate equity when you're given certain equity items. Okay. Right now, what are the equity items? These are the things, that means not equity items. Let's say the items that lead to change equity. Okay. When you're given items that lead to change equity, you can easily calculate the value of equity. Okay. Are we clear? දැන් මෙතන කියන්නේ මේ තියෙන්නේ ඕනට ව්‍යාපාරයේ අයිති assets ප්‍රමාණය එහෙම නැත්නම් equity value එක calculate කරන විදිහ. එතකොට ඔයාලට දෙනවා business එකේ equity change කරන items. ඒවායේ values එක. දීලා වගෙන් අහනවා ඔන්න owners equity calculate කරන්න කියලා. එතකොට ඔයාලට කරන්න තියෙන්නේ ඔයා අඳුර ගන්නවා equity increase කරන items ටික අරගෙන ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ total එක හොයාගන්න ඕනේ. ඊට පස්සේ equity decrease කරන items ටික ගන්න ඕනේ. ඒගොල්ලන්ව අර increase කරපු කට්ටියගෙන් deduct කරන්න ඕනේ. හරි? අපි හිතමු equity decrease කරන items දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නවා නම් ඒ දෙන්නගේ addition එක අරන් ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි කෙලින්ම equity increase කරන items වල addition එකෙන් අයින් කරන්නේ. Right. අපි එකට example එකක් කරමුකෝ. හරි? So are we clear? Now, another thing I have to tell you, right? There are actually two ways to, right? Let me erase this part. Okay. There are actually two ways to calculate equity. Now, let's say this method is a second method by using what? By using, I'm not going to write, I'm just saying, by using what? The items that lead to change equity. You can calculate equity. The other method is, right? You know this. Come on, you tell me now. Pause the video and think about it. Right? What's the other method? By deducting what? Total liabilities from the total assets. Right? By deducting total liabilities from the total assets, you can find equity. Right? So we learned this formula, right? Do you remember? Even under chapter 4 or so, you learned this, right? You learned, right? Equity equals assets minus liabilities. So this is another method. But definitely you can see that these items are not assets or liabilities. These are the items that change equity, right? These are the items that change equity. So using that, these items also you can calculate the owner's equity. Owner's equity කියන්නේ ඉතින් ownerට equity තියෙන්නේ. ඒ නිසා owner's equity කියලා කියනවා. නැත්නම් නිකම්ම equity. හරි? එතකොට equity calculate කරන ක්‍රම දෙකක් තියෙනවා. එකක් තමයි total liabilities අරගෙන ඒගොල්ලන්ව total assets වලින් අයින් කරාම ඉතුරු වෙන දේ. හරි? ඒකට ඔයාලට asset items උයි liability items උයි දීලා තියෙන්න ඕනේ. දැන් මෙතන තියෙන items කිසිම දෙයක් assets or liabilities වල නෙමෙයි. මේගොල්ලෝ ඇවිල්ලා equity change කරන කට්ටිය. හරි එතකොට ඒ අයව දෙනවා නම් ඒගොල්ලන්ගෙන් අපිට හොයන ක්‍රමය තමයි දැන් ඔයා මේ ඉගෙන ගත්තේ. Okay, let's do another example. I'll give you another example. Right now, let's say these are the following details are extracted from Nima's business for the year 2020. The capital value is this much. Then we have income for the year, expenses for the year, and also cash drawings. Right, then we are supposed to calculate the owner's equity as at 31st of December 2020. So what is 31st of December 2020? It is the end of the year 2020, right? So at the year end, how much of equity belongs to Nimal? That's the meaning, right? So we are given these items. If you go through these items, you can see that capital increases equity, income increases equity, expenses decrease, cash drawings decrease. Right. So how do you find your equity value? Now for this, you can use two columns like this. Now it's different from the previous structure of the answer. You can use two columns to indicate the values like this, or you can draw a table if you want, but not that necessary. Just have 3 lines, right? That means 2 columns. Then first you have to show the values of what? Items that increase equity, right? So we can write capital first. It's better if you can write the rest of the words, but here I'm going to write only capital, right? 600,000 rupees. And then the other item that leads to increase equity is income. So income for the whole year, 400,000 rupees. Then you have to take the total. You need to take the total of these two values. 600,000 plus 400,000 is 1 million. So let's pass that amount to the other column here, 1 million. Okay, so this is the total of items that increase equity. Right, then below you can mention the items that decrease equity. So first of all, let's write expenses. And what's the value of expenses? 200,000. Below that, cash drawings. What's the value? What's the value? It's 50 rupees. Okay, then take the total. 200,000 plus 50,000 is 250,000. Okay, and then you should put what? You tell me what you should put. You should put brackets because you are going to deduct this 250,000 from the above 1 million, right? So actually the equity is the difference between the items that lead to increase equity and items that decrease equity. Okay, so that's what we do. So your answer is, now I'm going to put a line again because we are going to deduct these two, we are going for a deduction here. So what's your value? It should be 750,000, right? Rupees. Now this is your answer, so you have to say that owner's equity And let's write the date also, to be precise, as at when? 31st of December, the year 2020. So let's write 20 only. Okay, now this is our answer. Okay, so remember the way we find the equity value when we are given items change equity, right? The items that change equity. Okay, right? So let's discuss more examples in future paper classes and also in future tutorials. මෙතනදී දැන් මෙතනදී ඇත්තටම අර දැන් කලින් එකේ ඇවිල්ලා equity decrease කරන එක item එකක් නේ තිබ්බේ මම පෙන්නන්නම් ඔයාලට එතකොට අපි කෙලින්ම එක column එකක තමයි මේ කට්ටියව organize කරන්නේ හැබැයි මේ වෙලාවේ equity decrease කරන items දෙකක් ඉන්න නිසාවෙන් අපි columns දෙකක් ගන්නවා හරි අරගෙන ඉතින් මුලින්ම උඩින් පෙන්නනවා උඩින් mention කරනවා record කරනවා අපි equity increase කරන items සහ යාගේ values ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ values ඊට පස්සේ මේකේ total එක ගන්නවා අරගෙන second column එකට pass කරනවා ඊට පස්සේ යටින් අපි mention කරනවා equity decrease කරන items සහ ඊට පස්සේ අපි ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ total එක ගන්නවා ඊට පස්සේ මේ දෙන්නගේ difference එක තමයි පුතා equity කියන්නේ කට්ටියකින් equity වැඩි වෙනවා තව කට්ටියකින් equity අඩු වෙනවා එතකොට මේ දෙන්නගේ difference එකකින් අපිට පුළුවන් equity කොච්චරද කියලා හොයන්න okay so remember when you compare with the previous one we had only one column because we had only one item that decreases the equity but here we have two items that decrease equity so in that case we should have two columns to represent our answer okay okay now let's do the textbook questions activity 1 in the textbook let's read the following accounting equation of Jayantha's business shows the impacts of transactions occurred in April 20XX right now here you are given the impacts of transactions occurred in Jayantha's business for the month of April. Can you see every impact, every transaction has happened on April, right? Okay, so how many transactions are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 transactions are there. Right, now what is our requirement? Right, before reading the requirement, can you see there is a special note? Now, when you see a special note in a question, it's better to highlight it or at least underline it. Otherwise, when we start the question, when we start answering the question, we might forget about the special note, right? So අමතක වෙන්න කලින් අපි මේක පොඩ්ඩක් highlight කරලා ගන්නවා. ඒ වගේම මේ කියන දේ අපි පොඩ්ඩක් notice කරන්න වෙනවා. So what is this? It says owner has not taken any cash drawings during the month. Now you should keep this point in your memory, right? So that's why we even highlighted for us to continuously remind it. So according to this question, the owner, who is the owner here, Jayantha, he has not taken any cash drawings during the month. So there are no cash drawings among these 10 transactions. Are we clear? Okay. No cash drawings here. So we need to keep this point in our memory. Right. Now, what is the requirement? Describe each transaction with the relevant or related amounts. So describing each transaction means, Puta, you are required to simply write the transaction. You just have to write the transaction. Okay? Right. So let's write the transaction. Let's see the first impacts, right? On 3rd of April. right? Now, this is again, this date format is in terms of, Sinhala method. When we write in the English method, we normally write the date first and then the month, right? Anyhow, just identify the correct date. Right, now when you have to write a transaction, definitely you have to mention the date. So here we can say 3rd of April, right? If you want, you can write the year also, anyhow. Now concentrate on the impact, right? The first, transactions impacts. Plus 300,000 under cash. So this means cash value has been increased. And then plus 300,000 under equity. So the meaning here is equity has been increased by 300,000. So what is your possible transaction? I think I explained this earlier. Now for these two impacts, there are two possible transactions. Number one, introduction of capital. Number two, receipt of an income. But by looking at the value, it's obviously we can say that it's a capital introduction. The value is considerably high නේ. හරි. I කියන්නේ ලොකු amount එකක් නේ. ඒ නිසා අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාට income එකකට යනවට වඩා හොඳයි මේක capital එකක් කියලා කියන එක. So let's write this transaction. So how do you write the transaction? As I told you before, just follow SVO pattern. Right now we use honor as the subject for which transactions? Only two transactions. One transaction is capital introduction. The other transaction is drawings. So this is a capital introduction. So in that case, let's write the subject name as honor. Right. Honor did what now? You need to follow. You need to write the verb next. So honor actually invested. Right? Invested. Invested what? This is a money amount. So you can say 300,000 rupees. Right? Then you have to write whatever required other words in order to complete the sentence to describe this situation. Right? So you can say now if you stop by here, stop from here, it gives some meaning, but to give the full meaning, we have to add more words. So you can say as capital to the business. Okay. So this is 300,000 is capital. So as capital to the business. Very easy. Okay. හරි නේද? දැන් හැමතිස්සෙම transaction එකක් ලියනකොට definitely subject verb object කියන pattern එක ඔයාලට follow කරන්න පුළුවන් English වල අපි පාවිච්චි කරන sentence pattern එක. ගොඩාක් transaction වලදී අපි verb එකකින් initiate වෙන්නේ. හැබැයි subject එකකින් initiate වෙන්න පුළුවන් අපිට ඕන precisely කරන transactions. ඉතින් ඕන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් transaction precisely ඕන එක අතින් වෙන්නේ capital introduction එකයි ඒ වගේම drawings උයි. Right? ඒ නිසා අපි මේ වෙලාවේ subject එකට on කියන word එක පාවිච්චි කරනවා. හරිද? Right. The next transaction, it happened on 5th of April. Right? What is this transaction? Let's find out the impacts. There is an increase of stock. Also, there is an increase of creditors by 100,000 rupees. So definitely you can guess that the transaction that lead to increased stock is definitely purchase of stock. Right? Now, if it is a cash purchase, definitely cash value should be increased. But here what has happened, the creditor's value is increased. So this means definitely this is a credit purchase. Right? The stock is purchased on credit. Right. So how do you write now? No need to use a subject now. You can start with the verb. Right? What's the proper verb? Purchased. Right? When the business buys something, obviously you can say this word purchase. right? Now, purchase, now when you write the verb, you have to turn into normally past tense, right? So here now in the previous one, we wrote as invested. So in this case, we have to use the verb as purchased, right? So purchased, right? Purchased. Purchased what now, right? You need to write the object next, right? Next it should be the object. So this is our verb, okay? No need to have a subject now. What is purchased now? It is stock. So you can say stock of goods or just goods, even okay, right? I write stock of goods, okay? Right, so purchase, stock of goods, right? The verb, the object, and then definitely you have to mention the value of this stock. So you can say at by using a preposition at, right? Or you can say even for, right? Or even off is okay, but at is better, right? So stock of goods at how much? 100,000 rupees. And then you have to say these two words on credit. Now, if you do not write the words on credit, definitely this purchase will become a cash purchase. Are we clear? මේක හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න. ණයට purchase වෙනකොට stock එක පුතා on credit කියන වචන දෙක පාවිච්චි කරේ නැත්නම් ඒක cash purchase එකක් වෙනවා. ඒක assume කරන්නේ cash purchase එකක් විදිහට. ඉතින් මතක් කරලා මේ words දෙක ලියන්න ඕනේ මේක credit purchase එකක් නම්. ඒ කියන්නේ ණයට purchase කරලා තියෙනවා නම්. Okay? So on credit, and if you want you can say basis here, but not that necessary, right? I normally write on credit. Okay, right, that's it. Right, next next transaction is it happened on 8th of April, right? Let's see the impacts. Cash, there is a decrease of cash. Can you see? Minus 50,000 means there is a decrease of cash. The cash value has been decreased, right, by 50,000 rupees. What is the other one? Even creditor's value has been decreased by 50,000 rupees. So this has to be a what? Can you guess? This is a payment to a creditor. Right, now if you follow the pattern, you have to write the verb first in past tense. So what is the verb now? Paid, right? It's a cash payment to a creditor. Paid. Then what is your object now? What is paid now? It is a cash amount, right? So how much? 50,000 rupees. So you can say paid 50,000 rupees. To whom now? To a creditor. Or you can say just to creditors, right? You can have precisely one creditor in singular form, or you can write it as a plural. So I'm going to write as one person. So paid this much to a creditor, okay? To a creditor, right? So we have the verb, right? Here is our object, right? Previously our object was the stock of goods, right? In the first transaction, our object was a cash amount. Okay, right? Right, now next one. 10th of April. Right, here cash decrease, decrease of cash, decrease of equity. Right, now can you remember? Again, I mentioned this earlier. When both cash and equity decrease, there can be two possible transactions. Number one, it can be a cash drawing. Okay, it can be a cash drawing, or it can be an expense. So here it says owner has not taken any cash drawings. So for this transaction, for these impacts, we cannot write cash drawings. We can write only an expense, right? So let's write it as a payment of expense. So what's the verb now? Think. It is a kind of a, payment, right? So you can say paid. This is your verb in the past tense. What is the object now? What is paid now? Obviously, it should be what? A money amount, right? Right. Or you can say like this. You can mention the exact expense name here, right? Like this. Paid. Now, do you remember the expenses? Recall some expenses now. You can take electricity charges, insurance charges, rent expense, right? What else? Bank loan interest, even salaries, right? So let's write by looking at the figure, let's write salaries. Okay, paid salaries, and you can just mention the value now. Or you can use a proper suitable preposition here. You can say off, right? Paid salaries, here I'm going to use just the figure, the value, right? So paid salaries, rupees, how much? 50,000, right? 50,000. Okay, right. If you really want, you may put off, right? I write off here. Okay, now shall we go for the next one? Right, දැන් මේක හරි නේද? දැන් හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න. දැන් cash උයි equity increase වෙනකොට අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන් capital introduction එකක් cash වලින්. එහෙම නැත්නම් income එකක් ලැබෙන එකක්. ඒ කියන්නේ receipt of an income. Income එකක් ලැබෙනකොට business එකට. ඒතරෝගේ opposite එක, ඒ කියන්නේ cash උයි equity decrease වෙනකොට අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන් possible transactions දෙන්න තමයි පුතා. Cash drawing එක, ඒ කියන්නේ අර cash වලින් capital introduce වෙන එකේ opposite එක. හරි? ඒ වගේම income එකේ opposite එක expense එක. හරිද? ඉතින් ඒක easily මතක තියාගන්න compare කරලා. ඒකට ඔයාලට අමතක වෙන්නේ නැහැ. හරි? Right, next transaction happened on 11th of April. Right, now we can see three impacts here, three value changes. Right, let's go through. Stock, value of stock has been decreased. Then debtors value has been increased, right? And also equity value has been increased. Yes, by looking at these impacts, you can guess the transaction, right? Stock debtors, right? This has to be what? Now, if the stock decrease, that means it's probably a sale of stock, right? Just compare and study this. If the stock value increase, right? If the stock value increases, it has to be a purchase of stock, right? Purchase of stock, okay? And if the stock value decreases, if the stock value decreases, that means it's a sale of, right? Sale of what? Stock, okay? Right, so straight away by looking at the change of the stock, you can guess that this must be a sale of stock, okay? Right, then is it a cash sale or a credit sale now? Right, now when you refer the debtors value, what has happened to the debtors value? It has been increased by 100,000. So definitely this has to be a what sale? Credit sale. ණයට තියෙන්නේ. Right? හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න stock එකේ value එක අඩු වෙලා නම් තියෙන්නේ ඒක definitely stock එකේ sale එකක්. stock එක sell කරලා විකුණලා. stock එකේ value එක වැඩි වෙලා නම් ඒක stock එක purchase කරලා. ඔක compare කරලා මතක තියාගන්න. හරි? එතකොට දැන් sale එක කියලා අපිට පේනවා දැන්. හැබැයි මොන sale එකක්ද? මොකද sale එක cash sale එකක් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්, credit sale එකක් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. debtors ලගේ නම් value එක change වෙලා තියෙන්නේ පුතා. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක increase වෙලා නම් definitely මේක credit basis sell කරලා තියෙන්නේ. credit sale එක. cash value එක නම් increase වෙලා තියෙන්නේ මොකද්ද? cash purchase එක. තේරෙනව නේද? අන්න එහෙම හොඳට analyze කරලා පාඩම් කරන්න. Right? Right. Now, if you consider the two values, you can see that the stock value is 60,000, the debtors value is 100,000. So there is a profit of how much? What's the difference between these two figures? 40,000 rupees. So profit belongs to the owner of the business. So in that case, we need to record this 40,000 under equity. So this means you need to write this transaction as a transaction that result in a profit. So how do you write this transaction? Right, you can start with the sale part, right? The selling of the stock, right? So what's the verb? Sell. In the past tense, it should be sold, right? Sold what now? The object? Stock of goods. Right? At how much? At what's the sale amount? It's 100,000, right? Then night විකුණන්නේ 100,000 වලට. ඒකනේ debtors ලා වැඩි වෙන්නේ 100,000 වලින්. So you can say at rupees 100,000. Then what are the next two words? Can you guess? Definitely it has to be on credit. Right? If you want, you can say on credit basis, but on credit is enough, right? These two words are enough. So sold stock of goods at this much on credit, and if you stop by here, it will not talk about the profit. So we need to talk about the profit, right? No need to say there is a profit of this much because it's a result, no puta. You don't have to say the value of the profit amount in your transaction. But you need to, give the information to imply that there is a profit of this transaction. So for this, you need to mention about the stock value. Right? Now, here we can use these words. Sold stock of goods at 100,000 rupees on credit, which were purchased at, right? Which were purchased at how much? 60,000. That means 60,000 worth of a stock is sold on credit at 100,000 rupees. That's the meaning, right? So use these words, which were purchased at how much? What's the value of stock? 60,000 rupees. Are we clear? 60,000 rupees. Or even you can use these words, sold goods or stock of goods cost 60,000 rupees, which costs 60,000 rupees at 100,000 on credit basis. Okay? Right, shall we do the next one? Now, next one is on 17th, motor vehicles value has been increased. Also equity value. Right, now this is definitely if equity increases, it has to be a capital item or an expense, no, right? Or it can be a profit. So when you look at the other impact, we can see that the value of the motor vehicles increases. So this means this has to be a what? It's a capital introduction, but this capital item is a motor vehicle. Right? The date is 17th of April. So what's your verb now? investor. And this is precisely done by the owner. So in this case, you can use owner as the subject. So owner investor, what? What's the object now? It's a motor vehicle. So you can say his private motor vehicle, right? His private, make sure to use the word private motor vehicle. It can be a motorbike or something. Anyhow, motor vehicle. And you need to mention about the value now. So you can say worth of, or just of is okay. But let's say worth of how much? 200,000 rupees. Okay. Then you need to use the rest of the words, these words, as capital to the business. Okay. As capital to the business. Very easy, right? So the first transaction is a capital introduction by cash. This transaction is another capital introduction, but not by cash, but by a private property of the owner. So in this case, this property is a motor vehicle. Owner's private motor vehicle. Okay. Right. Next transaction, 19th. Right. Let's look at the impacts. Value of stock decreases. Value of equity decreases. Right. Now, what is this? Now, if the equity decrease of equity means it's probably a drawing or a expense. Now, this is not an expense. Why? The stock value, the other change happens to the stock value. So this has to be definitely a stock drawing. This is a drawing, then it has to be precisely a stock drawing. Okay. Like හිතාගන්න විදිය තේරෙනවද දැන් equity වලින් මුලින්ම හිතන්න. Equity වල value එක අඩු වෙනවා කියන්නේ ඒකට possible transactions දෙකක් තියෙනවා. එකක් තමයි drawing එකක්. හරි. දැන් මේකේ cash drawing වෙලා නැහැ. නමුත් stock drawing වෙන්න පුළුවන් නේ. අනිත් possibility එක තමයි expense එකක් වෙන එක. ඉතින් මේක expense එකක් වෙන්න බෑ. මොකද expense එකක් වෙනකොට cash value එකනේ change වෙන්නේ. මෙතන change වෙලා තියෙන stock value එක. ඒ කියන්නේ definitely මේක stock drawing එකක්. So how do you write a stock drawing? Right, let's first of all write the date 19th of April. You need to say, you can say, you can start with the word owner because the drawings are done by precisely by the owner. So owner did what now? What is the suitable verb that you are going to use? You can use this verb, withdraw. Right? In the past tense, you can say withdrew, right? Withdrew. Or you can say took. That means take, took. But this word is more suitable. Okay? Withdrew, right? Withdraw, withdrew. Past tense is withdrew. In the past tense, you have to call it withdrew. On a withdrew, what now? What's your object? It is stock, right? So you can say stock of goods. Then you have to say the value of these stocks. So you can say of, or it's better if you say worth of. Worth of how much? What's the value of the stock now? 20,000 rupees, right? Then definitely try to use these words to give the full meaning. You can say from the business for his personal use. Okay. From the business. Now you are supposed to describe the transactions. Now in that case, you need to use the relevant, other words in order to give the full meaning of the transaction. So you can say from the business for his personal use. Okay. Right, this is the way you write a stock drawing. Right, next one, 23rd. 23rd of April. Debtors minus and cash plus. What is this now? Debtors reduce means definitely the business receives cash from a debtor. Like debtors, the value of debtors decreases means, what is it? It has to be the receipt of cash from a debtor. The business receives cash from a debtor, right? When you look at the value of the cash value increases. So it is obvious that the business receives cash from a debtor or debtors, right? So let's write. So what's the verb that you use? Receive. What is the verb in the past tense? It should be received. Okay, received what now? It's a money amount, no? So you can write the amount of the cash value and it is 20,000 rupees. From whom now? From a debtor. Or you can say debtors. Right? Easy. Right, we have 2 more transactions. So let's quickly finish them. 28th of April. Right. What are the impacts? Stock decrease, right? The value of the stock decreases and the value of equity also decreases. Right. So what is this? It has to be another stock growing, right? Okay. Right. So I'm going to copy and paste now. So remember how to write a stock drawing properly with all the suitable words. Now here I need to change the value of the stock. It should be 5,000 rupees, no? It should be 5,000 rupees now. So owner withdrew stock of goods worth of 5,000 rupees from the business for his personal use. Okay, final one. Equity value increases, creditors value decreases. Now this is one of the difficult and different, transaction that we learned in the earlier, right? Can you remember? So what is this? This is actually the owner of the business pays to a business creditor by using his personal cash. Okay, please remember this. Most of the time you are getting a question from this transaction. Okay. Right, now the way you write, you can write like this. I'm going to use this space. 30th of April, right? So you have to say owner paid, right? This is the verb paid. How much? 50,000 rupees. To whom? You have to say to a creditor, not to a creditor. You should use this word to a business creditor, right? To a business creditor. In this case, it's better to use the word business before the creditor. To a business creditor, using, right? These words are must. Using his personal money, or you can say cash. Right, that's it. Now we have answered to the activity 1 in the textbook. Okay, let's do the next activity. Right, here we need to show the impacts of each transaction with amounts in the accounting equation. Right, now for this you can use first method or even second method. Right, I'll discuss how to show the answers using both methods. Okay, so first of all, let's concentrate on the first method, right? That means you simply write the accounting equation, the basic accounting equation, and then you show the impacts without columns. Second method is by using the columns. Right, first method. Before everything, let's read the question. The following are transactions relevant to the month of January of Thisuri's business. Right, how many transactions? 9 transactions, right? There are 9 transactions, okay? Right, now here I'm going to write the accounting equation first. Assets, okay? And I have to say rupees in terms of rupees. Then equal mark, right? What is next? Equity in rupees plus liabilities. Now, since here I have less space, I'm going to write one impact using 2 rules. That means on top, I write the item name and below I write the value. Okay, like this. Now let's read the first question. If you want, you can write the date in front, right? It's better actually if you write it 1st of January or Jan 1st, Jan 01, right? We'll write in the same way. Jan 1, right? The first transaction is invested this much as capital, right? So we know that when owner invests capital, when the owner invests capital, the assets of the business increase by this value, 300,000 rupees. And what is this item? It should be cash. So simply the meaning here is cash value increases by 300,000 rupees. And on the other hand, equity increases by 300,000 rupees because of capital. Okay, right. This is our first impact. And there are no changes to the liabilities, the value of liabilities. So there is no impact. So I just put a dash, right? Now here what I do is I actually write the equal mark and the plus mark of the equation. So let me put it into another color for you to understand it better. right? මෙතන කරන්නේ නිකම්ම අර අපේ මේ equation එකේ තියෙනවානේ equal mark එකකුයි plus mark එකකුයි ඒක අපි repeat කරන එක කරන්නේ හැම impact එකකටම. ඒ වගේම අපිට පුළුවන් line එකක් පාවිච්චි කරලා මෙහෙම separate කරන්න එක impact එකකින් අනිත් impact එකට. Right, like this. Now let's say let me get rules here so you can understand this properly. I hope you can see the rules, right? So once you write the impacts of one transaction, you can use a line and separate, put a separation line and then move on to the next one. Okay? දැන් මාකට උනත් exam එකේදී චුට්ටක් focus කරලා හරියට ඔයාගේ answer එක read කරන්න එයාට ඒ කියන්නේ හොඳට focus කරලා බලන්න ලේසි එයාට. මෙහෙම line එකක් separate කරලා ඊළඟ එකට ගියාම. Right, next day is January 4th. What is this transaction? Purchase goods at this much. Right, this is a cash purchase now. Right, what's the impacts of cash purchase? Do you remember? Now you have learned these things. I'm not going to explain a lot. I just, discuss the answers. So you can write stock plus, right? Stock plus how much? 50,000. Stock increases and also, what's the other one? Cash decreases, right? So both are assets now. Cash decreases by 50,000. Right, so no impact to equity or liabilities. And let's repeat the equal mark and the plus mark here. I'll write like this in the middle, right? Or you can write it over here. Okay, let's write like that. Right, then again, put a line and separate, right? And then go for the next one. Right, next one. Jan 9. What is it? paid 10,000 rupees of monthly rent. Right, now monthly rent, right? Okay, so this is an expense. So this means, okay, here we need to reduce the value of cash as well as value of equity. So let's write cash minus, what's the value? 10,000, and then equity. Under equity, you have to say the particular expense name. So no need to say monthly, you can say rent, right? Rent, or it's better to say rent expense, right? Rent expense. Because of the rent expense, equity reduces by 10,000. Here is our equal mark and plus mark, and no change to liabilities, right? Right, next transaction, let's put a line now. Next transaction, January 13th. Right, here we have a transaction that results in a profit, right? January 13th. Sold goods at this much. Sorry, sold goods which cost this much at this amount, right? Right, now, definitely when we sell the stock, when the business sells the stock value decreases. So you can say stock minus by how much now? What's the stock value? It should be 40,000. 40,000, and in return, the business receives cash. So you have to assume that this is a cash as a cash sale, because there are no words like on credit. Neither. On credit කියන word එක නැත්තම් ඉතින් words නැත්තම් අපිට assume කරන්න වෙන්නේ මේක cash වලට sell කරලා තියෙන කියලා. So cash value will be increased by 60,000 rupees. Okay, and there is a profit minus 40,000 plus 60,000 කියන්නේ plus 20,000, right? The profit should be 20,000 rupees. So under equity, you have to say profit, right? The item name that you use is profit. Please don't write income. Some students, they write income, the word income here, which is highly wrong, right? So if you write an item incorrectly, you will get less marks. Okay? එස වැරදියට items ලියන්න එපා. ඔය income කියලා සමහර අය ලියනවා මෙතන. මේක profit එක පුතා. හරි term එක පාවිච්චි කරන්න ඕනේ. හරි? Right. So because of the profit, equity value increases by how much is the profit value? It is 20,000. Right? 20,000. And we can place our equal mark and the plus mark. There are no change to liabilities. Then the line. Okay. Right, next one, obtain a bank loan on 19th. What's the value now? It is 300,000. A bank loan of 300,000 has been obtained. Right. So we can write the date Jan 19. Because of the bank loan, what happens now? When the business obtains the bank loan, cash increases, liabilities increase. Right? What's the liability name? Bank loan. Right. Let's write cash plus 300,000 rupees. Then under liabilities, bank loan plus 300,000 rupees. No change to equity, right? Equal mark, plus sign, right? And then the line. Then the next day, 21st of January. Jan 21. What's the transaction? Paid 10,000 rupees from the business for telephone bill of Tushari's house. Right, now what is this transaction, Puta? Can you tell me the transaction here in short term? Just use 2 words. Can you? Here, the owner is actually, now here it says Tushari and here we have Tisuri. So let's say this is Tisuri here, right? Must be a typing error. This should be Tisuri, right? So Tisuri is the owner of this business, and in this transaction, she uses her business cash to pay her telephone bill of their house, right? Personal telephone bill. She settles his, not his, her telephone bill, personal telephone bill using business cash. So what can you call this transaction? How can you call this transaction? This must be a, what are the 2 words? A cash drawing. This is a cash drawing, definitely. Right? Business එකේ සල්ලි පාවිච්චි කරලා ගෙදර ටෙලිෆෝන් බිල් එක ගෙවනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ business එකේ සල්ලි යාගේ personal use එකට draw කරලා තියෙන්නේ දැන්. withdraw කරලා තියෙන්නේ. එහෙනම් මේක cash drawing එකක් පුතා. Okay? This is a cash drawing. Right. So how do you show the impacts now? Cash value should be decreased by 10,000. And at the same time, equity value should be decreased by 10,000. And the reason here, you need to say drawings, the word drawings. Okay. So these are your impacts. Equal mark, plus, and then the line. Next transaction. January 28th. Right. Receive 30,000 from debtors. Now this is so easy. Let me tell you. Debtors, what happens to debtors of the business? Debtors will decrease. No, I'll write cash value first. And cash value, it will increase. Right? Receive 30,000 from debtors. So we can say, let's write cash plus 30,000 and then debtors minus 30,000. Okay. The value of the debtors decreases. The value of the debtors decreases. Right. Then next transaction. Right. Before that, let's put a line. Now here again, no change to equity or liabilities. Now this dash is not a must to put, right? I just put it for you to show it properly. And this is equal mark and this is plus, right? Now next transaction is on 30th of January. Right. What is this? Paid interest of to, there should not be a word to, no? Paid interest of this much for the bank loan. Right. Now we know that when we take a bank loan, we have to pay interest. So here this business pays interest, the bank loan interest. And bank loan interest is an expense. Do you remember? So you need to write the impacts of a payment of an expense here. So what happens to cash value? Cash value decreases, right? By how much? By 5,000 rupees. And then the equity value decreases by 5,000 because of this particular expense. You call it bank loan interest. Bank loan interest. no change to liabilities, right? Right. One more transaction. Right. January 31st, paid electricity this much. Again, another expense. So you can easily write that's here cash minus 5,000 again. And under equity, what you write? The precise expense name. So you can say electricity bill or you can say electricity charges. I write charges here. Electricity charges and the amount is 5,000. So equity reduces by 5,000 because of electricity charges. Okay, I forgot the line here. Let's put the line. Okay, that's it. So these are the impacts of these 9 transactions. Okay, right now. If you want, you can calculate the closing balances of each transaction, but now I'm not going to do it. It's better if you can do it, right? And see whether, just do it and see whether the accounting equation balances or not. Okay, right, now we'll do the same question using the second format. I mean the second method, right? Using the columns in that table. Okay, right, now for this, the first thing is you need to identify the columns, right? Then you have to arrange these items in the order that I taught you. Then only you draw the table. Okay, now let's identify the assets and the liabilities in this business. Obviously, in the first transaction, from the first transaction we get cash and equity. Then equity we don't divide into columns, no. So that's a good thing, no? Right. In the next transaction we get stock, right, and cash. Next one, ඉතින් මම පොඩක් ටික්මට කියාගෙන යනවා මොකද දැන් කලින් මේ ලෙසන් එකේ මේවා ඔක්කොම හොඳට කියා දීලා තියෙන්නේ. හරි? එහෙනම් පොඩ්ඩක් මම ක්වික් වෙනවා දැන්. next transaction එකකින් එන්නේ cash උයි equity. ඊට පස්සේ එනවා අපිට next we get stock, then cash and equity. I think මේ වෙලාවේ ඒගොල්ලෝ ලියලා තියෙන්නේ. Then we get bank loan, right? ඊළඟ transaction එකෙන් we get bank loan, ඒ වගේම cash. After that we get cash and drawings. Drawings means equity. Then debtors and cash. Of course, we have to have debtors here now, right? And then from the next one we get bank loan, interest, impacts on equity and cash. Next one also an expense, that means cash and equity. Right, that's it. Now these are the columns that we need, right? How many asset columns? 3 columns. How many liabilities column? Did I miss something? No, right? Right. We have only 1 liability. Okay. So we have 3 assets and 1 liability. And how many columns altogether? It should be 5 columns, right? 3 asset columns, 1 equity column, and 1 liability column. So what's the order now? Obviously, when you consider the assets, you should show the assets first. From the asset, you have to show the non-current asset first. There are no non-current assets here. So all are current assets here. Now, according to the order, the first current asset that you have to show is stock, right? Then debtors and then cash. Fourth column goes to equity and fifth column, the final column goes to bank loan. Right now, then actually you have to draw the table. Right now, you tell me, what's the height of this table? How many rules you're taking for the height of the table? Now, first rule is to mention the accounting equation. Second rule is to mention the item names, right? Do we have an opening balance here? No, right? Then straight away from with the rule, you can start writing the impacts of each transaction. So how many transactions are there? 9 transactions. So you need to add 9 rules to rules here, right? So that means 1, 2, right? Plus 9, 11. 11 rules. And then you need to keep one rule to mention what? The closing balance. Okay, right. So now let's draw our table. The top line. And then when we write a line on the left, to count 12 rules. 3, 6, 9, and then 12. Then the line on the right, side lines. Okay, then the bottom line. හරි එක ගැන අයිඩියා එකක් නැත්නම් අපිට ඕනනම් bottom line එක අදින්නේ නැතුව පස්සේ ඊට පස්සේ complete කරන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ඉතින් හරියට height එක අඳුරගත්තා නම් මේක ටක් ගාලා කොටුවක් අදින්න පුළුවන් අපිට. Right. Then what to do next? First you have to leave one column to mention the dates, right? So I'm going to draw that column. පඩි column එකක් අදින්න යන්න එපා මෙතන date එක ලියන්න space එක තිබ්බනම් හොඳටම ඇති. Then we need to draw the first row. So we use this row to write the accounting equation. Next row is to mention the item names. So then we draw the columns. How many columns do we need? 5 columns, right? So I'm going to divide this space into 5 equal parts. Then let's draw columns. When you draw the columns, you have to start with the second row, right? Don't go up to the first row. Start with the second row. Right, then I'm going to name each column. So what's our first column? It's stock. Then debtor. After that, we have to have cash. Then definitely it should be equity. And make us put a mark here. Then cash or equity samane එක ළඟ ඉන්නේ. Right? And then you have bank loan. Okay, then we can write the accounting equation on top. My equal mark should be here, right? Because this side is asset side, and this is the right side of the accounting equation. So I can write assets in terms of rupees, right? And then on top of equity, you can say equity rupees. Put the plus mark here, right? And then liabilities. Rupees. Okay, right. Then I should write the date, and I should mention the impacts of each transaction. So you know these impacts. So I'm going to be quick and finish this. Right, January 1st. It's about capital investment. So what to do now? Cash should be increased by 300,000 and equity should be increased by 300,000.
right? And next impact, January 4th. Purchase goods at this much. So stock should be increased by 50,000 rupees, and then cash should be decreased by 50,000 rupees. දැන් මේ numbers ලියනකොට අනිවාර්යෙන් numbers අතර alignment එක තියෙන්න ඕනේ. right? නැත්නම් closing balance එක හොයනකොට අපිට ලොකු වෙලාවක් යනවා. හරියට numbers ටික align කරලා තිබ්බහම ඉක්මනට additions එහෙම නැත්නම් net value එක ගන්න ලේසියි. Next one, January 9th. Paid rent. So in this case, we need to reduce cash. Also, we need to reduce equity. Then January 13th. Sold goods, yeah, there is a profit here. So we need to reduce the stock by 40,000, increase the cash value by 6,000. Also, we need to increase equity by the profit amount. It should be 20,000. And then January 19th. Obtain a bank loan. Yes, we need to increase cash value as well as bank loan value, right? 300,000. Yes, 300,000. And then 21st, January 21st. Paid this much for business for telephone bill of Tisuri's house. Right now, this is actually cash drawings. In this case, we need to reduce the cash value. Also, we need to reduce the equity value because drawings lead to decrease equity. Okay, right. So the one is January 28th. Receive 30,000 from debtors. So when the business receives money from a debtor, we need to reduce the debtor's value by 30,000. And we need to increase the cash value by 30,000, right? And then paid interest on January 30th. This is bank loan interest. So we need to write under cash, we need to reduce cash value by 5,000. Also, we need to reduce equity by 5,000 because an expense leads to decrease equity. Right. Then January 31st, paid electricity bill. Again, we have an expense. So we need to reduce cash as well as equity. Okay, that's it. Now it's time to show the closing balances. So let's write closing balance here. Closing balance. Right. Now, what's the closing balance of stock? Plus 50 minus 40 means it should be 10,000, right? 10,000. Okay. And then debtors value. Now here there is a little bit of a problem here because we have only minus value here. Normally, there should be, debtors value. First of all, we should have a debtors value. Then only this value should be decreased. Then man can they what තේරෙනවද මන්ද? ඒ කියන්නේ business එකට debtors ලා ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නෝනේ debtors ලා decrease වෙන්න. හරි ඉතින් මෙතන මම හිතන්නේ typing error එකක් තියෙන්නේ. කරන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. අපි මේක මේ විදිහටම ලියමු. Let's write minus 30,000 as it is. Otherwise, our accounting equation will not balance. That's right. Right? Normally, you have plus figures. Right? So minus 30,000 as it is. Right? Then cash value. Okay. There are a lot of numbers now. Anyhow, you had to calculate and find out your cash value. Right? Let's take it. Plus 300,000. Let's say 300 only. Plus 300 minus 50 means 250. Minus 10, 240. Plus 60 means 300 again. Plus 300, 600. Minus 10, 590. Okay, 590. Plus 30 means
620, right? Minus 5 means 615. Minus 5 means 610. Okay, our final balance or the closing balance of cash should be 610,000. Okay, it's a positive value, right? Normally we get positive values. Okay, right. Then equity 300 minus 10, 290 plus 20 is 310, minus 10 is 300, minus 5, 295, then another minus 5 means 290, 290,000. Okay, and then finally the bank loan value should be 300,000 because we have only one value here. So these are our closing balances of each item. Stock 10,000, right? Likewise, cash 610,000. Right now, if you want, you can check whether your answers are correct or not. Definitely, if you add these three values and if you add these two values, you should get the same answer. Because here you have your equal mark of the accounting equation. So when you add these three figures, how much you get? 10 minus 30 means it's minus 20. Minus 20, 610 means how much? You need to reduce 20 from 610. So you get 590, no? So on the right side, sorry, left side, you have 590,000 rupees. Okay. On the left side, you get 590,000, and on the right side, you get again the same value, 590,000. So our accounting equation balances. Okay. Now, no need to show this part in your paper. I just mentioned for your knowledge. Now, anyhow, we need to do a little bit of, dressing here, right? We need to, can you remember? We need to show that we add these three asset items together. So to do that, we need to put plus mark before debtors value and before cash value. So this means stock value is added to debtors value and it is again added to cash value. Right, here we have our accounting equation. Our equal mark in the accounting equation, right? And no need to show it. Anyhow, again, you have to put a plus mark before bank loan value. Here is our plus mark. So this means we add equity and the liabilities. We have here in this business, we have only one liability. Same with our values, the closing balances. Now here is a minus mark. Now we can't change this. Let it be. Here we need to put a plus mark. Then here is our equal mark, right? For the closing balance, it's better to put this equal mark, but not a must, right? Because we have mentioned here above, right? Line throughout the line, our equal mark prevails. Okay. Right. Anyhow, here we need to put a plus mark. Okay, this is our answer. Right. Shall we move on to the next question? Right. Activity 3. Right. It's a very small question from the equity calculation. Right. Okay. Activity 3. Following details are extracted from this business for the year 2020 XX. Finally, we have to find the owner's equity. We are given capital, income, expenses, and additional income. Now, what is your first step? You need to identify the items that increase equity and items that decrease equity. Capital increases equity, income increases equity, also additional capital. Expenses lead to decrease equity. So let's put RS here. Here we mention all the values like in a column, right? No need to draw the column. First mention the capital. right? Capital, right? As at 1st of January 20XX. It's 450,000. Okay, right now this rupee value should be below here, right? Then income, we can write next the income for the year. So I'm just writing only income 210,300. Okay, and then the additional capital. So you need to write all the items that increase equity together, right? In the same place. Additional capital, the amount is 50,000. Then what to do? You have to add these three figures. Here 300, 5, 7, 6, right? 675,300 rupees. From this, you need to less expenses, right? Expenses. If you want, you can put a minus mark or write the word less, right? Not a must, but it's better, right? Expenses. So expenses value is 122,000. Okay. So when you deduct this figure from the above figure, what do you get? 300 here, 5 minus 2 is 3, 7 minus 2, 5, 6 minus 1, 5. 553,300 is our equity value. Okay, this is equity, or you can say honors equity, as at 31st of December 20XX. Right? Let's write as at there. Asset. Okay, this is our answer. Okay, shall we go for the next one? Right, this is our last activity in your textbook. Activity 4. And right, let's read this. The following table shows the impacts of transactions to the accounting equation of a business. Right, now when you look at the impacts, what can you understand? Now, there are no values, right? They just say increase, decrease, right? Okay, then what we should do now? According to this equation, write two possible transactions. You have to write two possible transactions with amounts that may have taken place during each day. Now remember, Puta, when you are to write a transaction, definitely there should be a value. If there is no value, it is not a transaction. Are we clear? It will become just a sentence. එක හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න transaction එකක් කියන්නේ හැම වෙලාවෙම rupee value එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. Monetary value එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. මූල්‍යමය වටිනාකමක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. Value එකක් mention නොකර අපි දෙයක් ලියනවා නම් ඒක නිකම්ම sentence එකක්. Value එකක් තියෙනකොට තමයි අපිට recognize කරන්න වෙන්නේ ඒක transaction එකක් කියලා. Okay? So හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න question එකක ඔයාගෙන් value එක ඉල්ලුවත් නැතත් transactions නම් ලියන්න තියෙන්නේ. If you are to write transactions, you have to put a value, a reasonable value, a realistic value. Okay? මොකද මේ reasonable නැත්නම් realistic value කියන්නේ? දැන් example capital introduce කරනවා රුපියල් 1000යි. එහෙම ලියුවොත් ඒක විහිළුවක්. හරි capital introduce කරනවා අපි at least 100,000 වත් ලියන්න බෑනේ නේද? අන්න ඒ වගේ. Right. Now first one. What is the first one? Assets increase, decrease. Right. Now I'm going to give you a little, side note here. Now, what are the possible transactions that lead to increase one particular asset and decrease another asset? Right? Now, this means both impacts happen on asset value, the assets, right? One particular asset item increases, the other asset item decreases. Right, now there are several transactions that will fit into this particular situation. Okay, number one, what is it? You can take a cash purchase, right? I'm just writing a short term for the transaction, right? Without a value. So this is not a transaction, okay? This is just a short note. The cash purchase. And also you can you take credit purchase? No, right? When the business, does cash purchases, sorry, credit purchases, it will lead to increase liabilities. On credit, no, right? So you can't take credit purchases, but you can take cash sales, right? Cash sales. Okay. Now මම මෙතන explain කරොත් දැන් මොන assets ද change වෙන්නේ cash sales කරනකොට අපි දන්නවා cash increase වෙනවා, right? stock එක මොක වෙනවද, right? මොකක් වෙනවද? decrease වෙනවා, right? stock එක decrease වෙනවා. Let me write it properly. stock එක reduce වෙනවා, right? cash purchases වලදී මොකද වෙන්නේ? stock increase වෙනවා, cash decrease. You can take cash purchases and cash sales. And the next one, what can you take? Can you take credit sales? Of course, right? You can take credit sales. Why? See the two items that change, right? Definitely, when the business does credit sales, debtors arise in the business. So debtors increase and the stock decreases. Okay, right. Next, fourth one. Can you say? What about receiving cash from a debtor? Right, I write receipt of cash, right, from a debtor. Now what happens? Debtors reduce, right? Debtors decrease, and what is the other impact? Cash decreases. Okay, right. What about this one? Purchase, let's say cash purchase. That means using cash, business purchases any non-current asset, right? Any non-current asset. What are the non-current assets? Land and building, vehicles, machinery, furniture, right? Then equipment, non-current asset, right? Now, for example, you can take purchase of cash purchase of a machine, right? Cash purchase of a machine. Cash of the business, value of the cash reduces, right? Decreases, and machinery value increases. Okay. So the fixed, fixed impacts are the cash value decreases and the particular non-current asset value increases. If it is furniture, you have to write furniture here, right? Okay, so there are more transactions that will fit into this situation, but here I just taught you 5. You can easily remember these 5. Okay, right. Next, so for this we can write the answer. So let me write the answer here. Let's say June 1st, right? My first transaction is, I'm going to write a cash purchase. So when we have to write a cash purchase, how can we write? We have to start with the verb now. So purchased in the past tense, purchased. Purchase what? You can say goods or stock of goods. Then what? You need to mention the value at. So just put a reasonable value. I'll write 50 now. right? Don't write 50 rupees. Then it is not a reasonable value, even 500 nowadays, right? So 50,000 rupees. Next one, I'm going to write a cash sale, right? When we are to write a cash sale, what's our first word? Sell. The past tense is sold. So sold, what? Again, stock of goods. At how much? Now let's write, let's say 70,000 rupees. Okay, right. So I wrote 2 transactions, but I taught you 5 possible transactions. Okay, right. Then the next impact. Look at the next impact. Assets decrease, equity decrease. Right. Now, what are the possible transactions under this situation? Assets decrease, and equity also decreases. Right. There are only 2 possible transactions. Okay. You can take drawings. Okay. You can have drawings here. Right. So there are 2 drawings. You can write this as a cash drawing or as a what? You can write this as a stock drawing. Okay. And then what's the other possible transaction? It's the payment of an expense, right? Payment of an expense. So I write just expense here. So you can write this, right? Payment of an expense. Okay. Right. So we are supposed to write 2 transactions now. So I'm going to write 1 drawing and an expense. Okay. Right. Second. First transaction is now what to write? Are we going to write a cash drawing or a stock drawing? Shall we write a cash drawing? Right? Right. How to write a cash drawing, Puta? You can say the subject as, write the subject as owner, because this transaction is precisely done by the owner. So owner does what? Owner withdrew. This is the verb that we use in the past tense. Owner withdrew what? It's a cash drawing, means you have to write a cash value. So let's say 20,000 rupees, right? 20,000 rupees. Then what are the other words? From the business for his personal use, right? From the business for his personal use. Okay. Right. Second one. Right. Now, which expense do we use now? Shall we write the most popular expense? Paying electricity bill, right? So you have to use the verb paid, right? Paid what now? Electricity charges. Electricity charges. Oh, bill, the word bill. Charges of, what's the value we are going to put? Let's put 5,000. It's a small business. Let's assume that this is a small business and only 5,000 rupees. Right? Okay. Oh, if you want, you may increase the value. Third, right, look at the impacts. Here, the assets increase and the liabilities increase. Okay. Assets and liabilities both increase. Now, what are the possible transactions? Right now, look here. Let me write here. Assets and liabilities both increase. Now, again, you can take 2 possible transactions here. Number 1, you can write obtaining a bank loan, right? I'll write just a bank loan here, right? Obtaining a bank loan. Okay. And for the next one, you can write credit purchase. Do you remember we didn't write here the credit purchase because of the credit purchase, liabilities increase in the business, right? So credit purchase, you can take credit purchase for this situation. Okay. So shall we write these two transactions? Right. How to write a, write an obtaining of a bank loan? You can say obtain, right? Obtained what? A bank loan of, you need to put a value. Let's put 500,000 rupees. Obtain a bank loan of 500,000 rupees. Right? Now, what's the next one? The credit purchase, credit purchasers. So you can write a credit purchase here. That means purchasing stock on credit. So you can say purchase. Let's write capital P here. Purchased what? Stock of goods at let's say 60,000 rupees. And then these two words are must on credit. Or you can say on credit basis. Okay. Or at least on credit. Right. Then the next situation. What is this? Let's go up. Right. Assets increase as well as equity increases. Now, this is the other way around of this situation, right? So, assets increase, equity increases. So, what are the possible transactions? Here again, you have two possible transactions. You can take exactly the opposites of these two transactions. What's the opposite of drawings? It's definitely capital introduction. So you can write capital introduction here. Capital, let's go to the right side. Capital introduction, right? So it can be a cash value or a property one, owner's personal property. And what's the opposite of expense? It's receipt of income. ආදායමක් ලැබීම. හරි මම නිකම්ම වර්ඩ් එක ලිව්වේ හරි. මේක receipt of income වෙන්න ඕනේ. මෙතන නම් payment of expense වෙන්න ඕනේ. නිකන් short note එකක් වගේ මේක ලිව්වේ හරි. හරි. එතකොට yeah, these are the two possible transactions. So let's write them. Right. I'm going to have space here. First transaction, let's write capital introduction. So you can say owner did what? Invested. Let's write a capital introduction in terms of cash. Invested, right? Invested a cash amount. So let's write 200,000 rupees. Then what? As capital to the business. How to write a receipt of income? Received. You have to use this word, received. Now you need to write an income name. Shall we write commission income? Received commission income. Put a value of, let's say, 10,000 rupees. Small amount, 10,000 rupees. Not that small, right? Okay. It should be 10,000 rupees. Right. Last impacts. On June, oh my God, all these dates should be June, right? Okay, I forgot that. It should be June, Puta, right? All these dates should be June. Sorry, it's my bad. Please correct it. If you have written it as January, it should be June, right? This should be June. This should be June. June, January, එක වගේනේ නේද? දෙන්නම J නේ? Right. Anyhow, දෙන්නම පටන් ගන්න J අකුරේ. Right. This should be June, okay? Right. June 4th and this day should be June 5th. Right. Now, let's impact assets, decrease, liabilities, decrease. Now, this is exactly the opposite of this, right? This situation. Right? Make your opposite එක කියන්නේ assets අඩු වෙන්න ඕනේ, liabilities උත් අඩු වෙන්න. So what are the two possible transactions? Obviously the opposites of these two transactions. What is the opposite of obtaining a bank loan? It is the settlement of, now here it should be obtaining a bank loan, right? I didn't write it. So here it should be settlement of bank loan. This bank loan. Okay. And what's the opposite of credit purchases now? Not opposite actually. Let's say the business purchased some stock on credit. Now in that case, the business owes a creditor. So the business should settle its due amount to that creditor. So this should be a payment to a creditor, a cash payment to a creditor. So I write cash payment. This is cash, okay? Payment to a creditor. So these are the two transactions. Okay, so how to write? You can say settled. Now you have to write a cash value, and it is the object, right? Let's say how much was our bank loan that we wrote previously. Can you remember? It was I think 500,000. So let's say settle 20,000 rupees of the bank loan. Or you can say settle, this is actually settling the part of the bank loan. So you can say settle this much of the bank loan, right? And how do you write the next one? Cash payment to a creditor. So you can say paid whatever amount, right? Can you remember the credit purchase value that we wrote? I can't remember. Let's check. Purchase stock of goods this much on credit. අපි මේ ගාන දැන් settle කරමු. අපි business එක නම් we owe 60,000 rupees to our creditor. So we are going to settle this. So let's say paid how much? 60,000 rupees. Then stock එක ණයට ගත්තේ 60,000කනේ. එහෙනම් දැන් මේ 60,000 අපි අපේ supplierට නැත්නම් අපේ creditorට දැන් settle කරනවා. අපි business එක කියලා imagine කරලා. Paid this much to a creditor. Or you can say creditors if you write to one particular creditor. So to a creditor. Okay, that's it. So these are the impacts of, this is the way you write transactions when you are given impacts in this way, right? Okay. Right, now I have answered all, activities in your textbook. So this is the end of chapter 5. If you have any doubts regarding this chapter, please leave a comment below. I'll reply when I'm free. Okay, right. So, and also please remember, Puta, time to time you have to revise what you learned, and it's a very good study techniques. Otherwise, you will forget. Simply, you will forget, right? So learn how to write the impacts of transactions, right? Then if you are given the impacts of transaction, learn how to identify the transactions, right? And also practice the activities on the textbook. And also, very importantly, do all our questions related to accounting equation, right? ඉතින් මතක තියාගන්න පුතා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි පාඩමක් ඉවර කරාට පස්සේ ඒ පාඩමට short note එකක් හදා ගන්න ඕනේ. ඒ වගේම මේ පාඩම නිතර නිතර revise කරන්න ඕනේ. activity textbook එකේ තියෙන activities නැවත නැවත කරන්න ඕනේ. Right? ඒ වගේම very importantly අති වැදගත් දෙයක් තමයි O level papers වල accounting equation එකට related questions ටික කරන එක. Okay. Then I will catch you in the next video. Take care then.